everybody. Welcome to day 2 at the HS Visio studio stage. This is the part of the program brought to you by Helsingin Sanomat, one of the biggest Finnish media companies. And once again, I'm your host, Maddie Savage, bringing you conversations with some of our keynote speakers, as well as other interesting names from politics, business, and tech. Some of the things we're going to be talking about are emerging tech trends and what we need to be keeping an eye on, how we can make smarter investments, and we'll also be hearing from 3 candidates standing in Finland's presidential election. And once again, we want you to be involved in the conversation. You can ask anything within reason. You can also post your questions anonymously. We won't read your names out. You can do that using the event app, or go to slido.com. And the code you need for Slido is nbforum 2023. All right, let's introduce our first guest then. This guest and the subsequent guests will be talking to us about cybersecurity, some of the risks and potential solutions. So please give a very warm welcome to our first guest of the day, Espen Johansson from Visma. Good morning. Good to have you here.
Yeah, delightful to be here.
Before we do a deep dive and get scared about how we're all about to be hacked, how are you doing? How are you feeling about Nordic Business Forum so far?
No, it's been lovely, to be honest. And I must say, this midlife crisis theme over there is really fun, because you can go right to go to the roaster, or to go left to go for the family edition. It's fun to see who's in what kind of crisis.
Checking out the different cars in the conference centre. Yeah. All right. Well, let's dive in a little bit. You work for Visma, a software business. What are the most common concerns that businesses like yours have when it comes to security?
I think, to be honest, it is to get the spending right on security, and as well as attracting and retaining the right talent on security, because there is quite few fairly good security people in the world, and there's far between them. In addition, I think the outcome, if you get that spending right and if you get the right talent, you get a quite deep understanding of the threat itself, and it also gives you lots of options when you want to decide how to act on that.
So you have had some security attacks, some threats. I don't know whether that was before or after you made the sort of latest talent hires, but just tell us about those experiences.
Yes, I must say that both Visma companies, Visma customers, and also Visma as a group is attacked every day, several times a day and several times an hour. But one of those bigger ones has been quite heavily reported on. It was back in 2018 when we suffered an attack against some of our core functions. And that was a very good learning experience. So we chose to be very transparent about this. So I think there is about 260 editorial articles written about that. For us to be on the receiving end is nothing different than for any business on the receiving end of aggression. But I think the kind of differences between the actors is how they choose to act on it. So do you choose to tell the story, or do you choose to hide the story from the world?
Because a lot of people do. You obviously chose to be public, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But why do you think a lot of companies are still afraid to say, we've been hacked, we've been threatened? I guess it's a branding thing.
It could be a branding thing. I think it also could be a misunderstanding. So the evidence is out there anyhow. So if you have suffered a ransomware attack sometimes in the last couple of years, and you haven't told your customers about this, the evidence is out there. You just now have to know where to look. And one of my pro bono activities is to help, like I said, investigative journalists. And they are learning how to traverse the dark web and find these things. So it doesn't make sense to be quiet about this. You have to be transparent, and you have to own your own story.
So why did you think it was so important to offer these free services to journalists?
No, for me, it is, I think that the journalists of the world, they do an amazing job for freedom and democracy. And I think to help these journalists work safely, and also how to at least have the same opportunity as the criminals have. Why not? Because the data is out there, and they need to be able to read that.
What about cooperating with authorities? What does that look like?
No, for us, when we do that quite often. We do have a global dispersion. So we do have something called Visma Cybercrime Center, or VC3 in short, and we use that in every country we are in. to collaborate with police in their local language, on their local terms, to make sure that we can tell the police what kind of crime, what kind of criminal activities is being done towards our customers, primarily. And this has been a very rewarding experience, especially for the police forces, whose kind of understanding of crime really relies on people reporting it. So if you don't report any cybercrime, it doesn't exist on the police statistics, so you have to report it.
We've been talking a lot about AI in various forms throughout the conference, both the challenges and opportunities. How does that fit into your work?
For us, we have been using AI for defense for many years. So AI in the form of augmenting humans, augmenting decision makers. So from the simplest stuff like having AIs or models looking after network traffic, looking for anomalies, to actually augmenting the analysts by using large language models. That's a normal part of it. So I think from my side, used for defense, AI is a magnificent tool. Used for offense, it's also a terrible tool. And this is, I think, what some people are quite afraid of these days, is when will the attackers start using heavily specialized AI to attack targets. And to be honest, it's already on. We see that from time to time, but it's not, it doesn't differ too much from how humans would do it. It's just more persistent. It's obviously intelligent. You can see it in the logs.
And what about in other aspects? I'm thinking mergers and acquisitions, gathering data. Where does AI have the edge?
I wouldn't, if we are, as you might know, a highly acquisitive company. We are, at current, I think our acquisition rate is about one company a week. So we use, I use AI for parts of the intelligence gathering, yes, I do. And we also use quite heavy security resources in the due diligence phase. So I think if I can distinguish between AI in itself and also security as a topic, security is actually a prerequisite for us to be an acquisitive company. We need to really understand the targets that we are buying. And we need to understand not only their technical performance, but also their kind of competency and understanding. And then AI can help us in these tasks, just augment the humans at play, because the volume that we have is fairly large.
So a very positive example of learning how AI can work for you, whereas one of the things we've been hearing over the past day or so is that there's still a sense of fear of AI. People don't necessarily know where to get started, how much to trust it in business.
Yeah, why is that, do you think? I don't see the
it's
fear
still,
in that.
I mean, companies like yours will have been using it for years. For other people, it just really got onto their radar, with the advance of ChatGPT and some of the more advanced chatbots that have come in just in the last 12 months.
Yeah. So my advice would be to embrace the technology, to be honest. It's not that scary if you kind of direct and train it in the right way. We also made our own machine learning models over the years, and I think one of the ones I'm most proud of is to augment the ones doing forensics or reverse engineering, because that's a very tedious task for a human. And then when you can train a model on some samples and you give the good data, it can really augment the human and can be much more efficient. And I think that is what people need to kind of embrace. It is that AI is a good helper if you use it as that.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit more about personal security. We were chatting earlier backstage about what we as individuals can do, because we're all potentially hacking targets, whether we run our own businesses or whether we're part of larger corporations. And you had some interesting tips to share. I think it would be great to share them with the audience as well.
Yes, of course. I think I do have lots of data from breaches and everything else. And I think one of those key elements that we see is that the passwords are still very important. So of course, nobody in the audience have very short passwords, I'm sure. And nobody has less than 16 digits. And everybody turns on two-factor authentication every time, don't you? So, but if you do all of that, then in addition, you should also, if you have an iPhone, turn on lockdown mode when you're in big congregations like this. Just learn about these new security features.
What does that mode mean and how does it work?
Can you repeat?
Tell us more about that mode and how it works. I didn't even know it was a feature on my phone.
No, it is. If you are in a kind of position like yourself, you're a journalist, and of course you meet up with interesting people, and some people might be interested in knowing more about you, then you are kind of a target for persistent threats, like really advanced attackers. So if you turn on, for instance, lockdown mode on iPhone or do similar things on Android or other platforms, you are more protected against those persistent attacks. You're not kind of foolproof. Best protection is to not have one. But if you do have one and you need a phone, like I do, just experience and use the security settings to its full potential. Lockdown mode is, of course, a given. You should know about that as a journalist.
What about storing information in the cloud? So many of us have so many documents in the cloud. Also at work, you don't have those let's sort out the filing cabinets moments in the same way as people would have done 20 years ago. So what can companies do to make sure that they're keeping on top of the right information and what they need to store and don't store?
I think it's a very difficult question to answer, to be quite honest. It's very dependent on which country you're in and what legislation there is. But as a general rule of thumb, I would argue that if you are on one of the three big providers, they have very heavy incentives to do it right and do it well. And if you compare that to, for instance, a garage operation where you might have one guy running a small server rack, does that person have the ability at all to mimic the same security as the big players? So I myself am quite a big fan of cloud services. And I must say that now, if you are in comparison, if you're running an ASP-based business, for those who know what that is, you will suffer ransomware attempts at least this year. That's for sure. But if you are in cloud, you are less likely to suffer that. So if you are on ASP or older business models, you need to take more actions to secure yourself than what has already been done in the big cloud providers.
And at what pace do you see things shifting? We talked about the rapid development of AI, the rapid development of cloud tools. All of this has happened, relatively recently, but we're now seeing things moving at quite an exponential pace, aren't we?
It's not going slower, at least. That's for sure. I think from my perspective, the technical security, the idea of getting rid of the vulnerability before it can be exploited is very key to my thinking. And then to be on an on-prem scenario where you rely on a massive pipeline of people just to fix that vulnerability, it is not sustainable over the long run. But a cloud scenario where you can actually push fixes to production immediately. I mean, just look at some of the evidence suggested in the media with regards to the Ukrainian war, or the war between Ukraine and Russia, where you could see Starlink operators sending fixes in real time after being attacked. If you had an on-prem scenario, you had to replace all of the physical tokens, which would take months, maybe years to replace. So the cloud, this completely integrated service, is important for us.
Yeah.
Provides updates.
Okay, thank you. Before we let you go, we talked a little bit about how you enjoy conferences backstage as well. This is your first time at Nordic Business Forum Helsinki, but you've also attended in Oslo before. What is it about these events that you find energizing?
No, I think it's quite simple. When you can come to a place where you have both Nicolai Tangen, which is giving a talk very soon, and you have Malala on the same stage, it is just awesome. It is this wide variety of speakers of very high competency can get you really inspired. I mean, yesterday I cried when I looked at the performance from this Ukrainian dancing group.
Yeah.
And I also was smiling wildly at Scott in the end. So I think this diverse and very skilled speakers and their ability to create engagement really drives me and motivates me. So I think that is a good reason for me to come back, at least.
And for people visiting from outside the Nordics, what are your tips for networking with people in this particular region?
I think both the Finns, Norwegians, and the Danes and the Swedes, we are quite shy, but say hi, we don't bite. We will actually welcome you and give you a hug if you ask.
Yeah, and don't be too shy to keep the questions coming as well.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to wrap that up. Thank you very much to Espen Johansen from Visma.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation about cybersecurity with our next guest joining me at this very Nordic-looking wooden table. And interestingly, they're actually based in a wooden office. This company, Visio, is based in Helsinki's Wood City. If you are visiting, it's an interesting area of the city to check out. Lots of wooden apartment buildings and office space. So the company's called Visio. This person we're going to speak to was previously chairperson at a number of big brands you'll have heard of, Nokia. Also worked at the digital shopping platform Frugo. He's also worked as a startup investor and an advisor. Please give a very warm welcome to Risto Silasma. Hi. Good to have you here with us. Thanks very much for joining us at the HS Visio stage.
Good morning.
Thank you. We just talked about Espen Johansson about some of the security breaches that Visma has been connected with, both as a company itself and with some of its clients. Tell us how it looks at from your perspective.
Well, from my perspective, as a chairman of WithSecure, all security issues look like a business. Because that's what we do for business. We protect our customers, we try to prevent these events, but we also help them to recover. And I have been doing this for over 30 years, so it's my normal life. And it has always been like this. It's a race. The bad guys try new things, they do R&D work, they invest, they train, we do the same.
So a huge part of your job is keeping on top of the very latest ways that these attackers are finding to threaten businesses. Talk us through how much that's shifted in the last 30 years.
Well, it has transformed completely. I mean, the whole world has transformed. The world and life has become digital. And therefore, all the criminal elements have followed. And we have nation states not just doing espionage, but actually doing crime in the cyberspace. And life is very different nowadays.
So what competences do your teams need to make sure they have the right tools and the right competences to stay ahead of the very latest trends?
Yeah, it's actually hard to stay ahead because the other side is working very hard as well. And according to many analysts, online crime is the biggest business in the world. It's bigger than the drug business. I don't know if that's true, but many analysts
It's a
claim
statistic that you hear a lot. Yeah.
So they have the resources to run very fast, but we stay abreast. We of course would like to stay ahead, but that's very challenging. But what kind of competencies? Well, one thing that we benefit from is that we protect such a large number of companies. We do incident response work when sort of the building is on fire, we are called, so we get lots of practice. And we actually may get even more practice than the bad guys, because we do this all the time to so many different companies facing different adversaries. The bad guys typically have one way of working. There's one tool for example, crypto Trojans, and they only use that. And then when they shift to something else, it's new for them. We face all of them at the same time. So this is a muscle, and the more you practice, the more powerful you get. And that's really the benefit that we have. We practice all the time.
Something that has been tried by some others is this kind of hack-back retaliatory technique, which has sparked a lot of legal and ethical questions. But for people that aren't so aware of it, just tell us what's been going on and what some of these debates are.
Well, the first time we faced this was maybe 20 years ago, when there was a global outbreak of a virus that had a command and control system. And we knew that it would trigger to do something at a particular time. And this had infected hundreds of thousands of devices around the world. And we could, by hacking to the command and control system, we could actually eliminate the malware from all those hundreds of thousands of devices. But legally we couldn't do that because we would have needed permission from each one of those 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of people who own the devices. And we knew that something bad would happen at a given time, but we couldn't do anything. And the law enforcement globally works very inefficiently in these cases. For example, trying to get the law enforcement in 28 countries to contact all these individuals and warn them, impossible.
So can you understand why some people are bending the rules and just going for it?
Yeah, it was a very difficult conversation internally for us as well, because this is why we do this. We want to help. And in that particular case and many other similar cases, we could have helped. But then the lawyers and the local law enforcement says that you can't, you're not allowed. It's a crime. So if we are defending people against criminals, can we then do a crime? And we might be in the courts of law because of that.
What do you think needs to be done? Is it a case for stronger international legislation, better cooperation? Because these networks are global.
Yeah, and we have made lots of progress in that respect. I remember 15, 20 years ago I was talking with a lady who in Scotland Yard was responsible for the cyber defense for the UK.
The UK police.
And I was advocating to her that why don't we build an international community that could create a helpline, a 24/7 phone number, that sort of a trust network where law enforcement people from one country would have the number for all the other countries, and sort of a fast lane to get things done. For example, when the call comes through that line, people know that you should trust the other person. And when they ask you to bring down a server at an ISP, then there would sort of be a fast lane to get that done. And she responded that, yeah, I don't have that in Cambridge. I don't have that person in Liverpool. I don't have anything even in the UK internally. So how could we aspire to do that globally? But now we are a couple steps closer to that goal.
And do you see it happening? Or do you think that some countries are wanting to play their cards closer to their chest than others?
Maybe the goal line is not visible yet.
Let's talk a bit more about within businesses then. I mean, services like yours can obviously do a lot to protect companies, and a lot of bigger brands do work with you. But if you're a smaller business and you don't necessarily have those resources, it's a different ball game. We talked a little bit with Espen about some of the smaller things we can do with our devices, looking after our information in the cloud. But what would your message be to smaller startups? Because potentially they've got more to lose in some ways.
Yeah, I don't think they have more to lose, but definitely they have something to lose, and they don't have the resources to put things in place. So the best way is to put the basic building blocks into a robust architecture. So when they design their network, when they design which cloud services they use, they need to get the basics right. And just by, for example, segmenting your networks in the right way, you can fix a huge hole in what otherwise would be
What
really
exactly do you
risky.
mean by that?
Well, if you remember what happened to Maersk a few years ago when Russia attacked Ukraine and Maersk was sort of collateral damage, and they lost all their information systems. And that was largely because everything was in a single global network. So their Ukraine office was infected and it spread from there. And if they had just had more disciplined, more up-to-date architecture, that would have been prevented. So get the basics right. And then you should implement a single sort of fairly robust overall security solution. And this is sort of sounds like an advert, but for example, the WithSecure solution, which is called Elements, it covers all the basic areas, and you manage it from a single user interface, and it's easy to use, and just with the press of a button you can get our experts to help you. So it's designed for people who sometimes need to ask for the real experts to help, and it's made really, really easy.
Yeah.
And many other companies have similar solutions.
Indeed, and I suppose if you are on a tight budget, it might seem like this is a lot of money to spend, but on the flip side, it's an investment in security for not potentially losing money and secret information in the future.
Yeah, and most likely your own customers are asking you, how are you defending yourself? Because supply chain attacks is a big thing. And therefore, if you want to do business with large enterprises, you need to prove to them that your cybersecurity is in place.
Yeah. Let's get your take on AI, which you've studied long before it became a hot topic in the last year or so. How have you observed the conversation evolving, as there does seem to be quite a polarized debate going on, really, between people that are terrified and people that are more on the excited end of the spectrum?
Well, I think the first observation is that many people who are talking don't really know too much about AI. So this is the fear of the unknown. But obviously this is a very powerful technology, and it can really transform the way we build businesses, the way we build organizations, the way people work. And therefore there are risks as well. But I'm more sort of excited about the opportunities than afraid of the risks.
Tell us about those then.
The opportunities? Well, we can really transform the way we work. Let me give you a historical example. When electricity came into play, electric engines, motors became possible. People replaced steam engines with those electric motors. And that created a small productivity increase. But when people realized that all the limitations of the overall processes and the ways they had built their factories and businesses that were a result of using steam engines had disappeared, and they could actually redesign everything because electric motors released them from the, let's say, an axle running on top of the building, delivering power to the floor through belts. That's no longer a limitation. So you could really redesign everything, and then you got tens of percents of productivity per year when you rebuilt everything. AI gives us that same opportunity. When we replace a manual process with an AI process, we are just replacing the steam engine with an electric engine. When we redesign the way we do the business completely from scratch, then we are experiencing what became possible earlier on in history through the technological revolutions.
And when do you think it will start to be more embedded in business?
Well, right now. I mean, I have about 50 companies where I'm an investor, a board member, and all those companies are adding AI features to their solutions like on a weekly basis. And
so
their
it will start to
customers are
become the
using
norm
those.
and mainstream. I mean, we know it's already happening around us, but
it is embedded into everything we use and buy and deal with.
Yeah. Okay. Before we go, same question to you, to our previous guest. An important networking event here. What's your advice to international guests visiting Helsinki and wanting to make the most out of the event?
Well, just get new friends, talk to people. If you have a chance to really want to meet and get to know Finns, take them out into the woods for half a day and really talk to them.
So somewhere where people feel comfortable and have a bit of access to nature.
Yeah, and out of the ordinary.
Yeah. And if people want to find out more about With Secure, are you around for the rest of the conference?
I'll be around, yes.
Yeah. All right, brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us. Please give it up to Risto.
Thank you.
Okay, lots of food for thought about cybersecurity from our first two guests. The agenda continues on the main stage shortly. I'll be back here on the HS Visio studio stage at 11 local time. That's 90 minutes from now for those of you watching on the live stream, with our next bunch of guests, including none other than Tim Ferriss. And we're also going to be meeting 3 of the candidates standing in Finland's presidential election next year. So do join us again then, and share your thoughts on the HS Visio stage on the hashtag nbforum 2023. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back to the HS Visio studio. I'm Maddie Savage. Hello to all of you watching us online, whichever time zone you're in, and all of us here who are enjoying a bit of lunch now here in Helsinki. Once again, I'll be welcoming some keynote speakers to the stage, dropping in either before or after their talks to sit down in conversation with me. And if you're wondering why the stage looks a little bit different this time around, that's because in this section we'll also be having a presidential debate, hearing from some of the three candidates standing in Finland's presidential election in January. We'll also have Tim Ferriss here. He's just been on the main stage and he'll be here with a focus on angel investing. But before that, one of the other keynote speakers from earlier in the day, he works for the Norges Bank Investment Management. He's the CEO there. Nikolai Tangen will be our first guest for this section on the HS Visio studio. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to have you with us here. I know you're a little bit lonely with the two chairs next to you, but there's a quick, tight turnaround for our later guests.
Yep.
We're going to talk a little bit about the global economy and the state of the world right now. Nobody has a crystal ball, but how do you see things playing out in the markets, first of all, here in the Nordics?
Well, I don't think the Nordics are going to be very different from the rest of the world. I think it's all very much all tied together. It's a really global economy, and the Nordic companies are, often world leaders in the various niches. So I don't think they can disentangle themselves. No, I'm not particularly optimistic about the outlook. I think rates will stay high for a long time. You have some geopolitical tensions. We've had many years of globalization. I think that's reversing. So I think it's going to be pretty difficult to make money over the next 5 to 10 years.
Are there any industries that you're more optimistic about?
I think, as always, you have to invest in the quality companies, the companies which can take market shares, the winners really. And you have to invest in the companies which really can utilize AI in making, really getting an edge.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot about that from our guests and the importance of embedding AI into different business models. How do you see it disrupting particular industries over the next year or so?
Oh, it's going to have a massive impact, massive impact. There will be whole industries which are going to be hurt, which will have difficulties with their business models.
Can you give us any specific examples?
Well, I mean, a lot of the educational area is going to be tough. A lot of the white-collar jobs are going to be simplified away. I think we're going to have a lot more fun. I think a lot of the boring stuff is going to disappear from our jobs, so we can focus in on areas where we need to think a bit more, and add more value. So I think it's good news.
Okay. Well, we will focus more on AI with some of our other guests, so I want to zoom in on some of the other areas of your expertise. Obviously, you do work for an oil fund, and balancing the fact that we know that is an industry that contributes to carbon emissions, but also I know that you are looking for a lot more investments to help other renewable sectors to grow.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about that focus.
Yeah, it's in the mandate that we now also can invest in renewable infrastructure. And we have been a bit slow in getting started there because the returns were very low. There was just so much competition for these projects. I think that's changing now. There is less competition, rates are up, and so we do see that the potential returns from some of these investments are increasingly good.
So how do you plan to expand that as the climate crisis continues?
Well, continue to build a team that we have internally to look at the various deals and hopefully just accelerate the type of things we get involved with.
Given that we are in tough economic times, do you think is it becoming easier or harder to get investments in these renewable sectors?
No, I think it should be easier to get into these situations. There is less competition for projects. There is a bit of a backlash against the whole ESG area. And there was a time where everybody needed to go in there because the boards were very much in favor that they needed these type of projects. So I think I think it's going to be a better space for us going forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger. A lot of companies have known that they need to transition and invest, but then we've also seen the backlash to that is people accusing companies of greenwashing and being a bit too tokenistic in those efforts.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some other stuff. You talked about AI, and I'm particularly interested in how that might affect geopolitical dynamics and relations.
Very big question. We now put AI into everything. And it's integrated into the weapons race, because to have the cleverest and best weapons, you need to apply AI. It's in the self-driving cars, it's in medicine, it's in so many type of research areas. And it's in particular, of course, the situation between China and the US, which is important here. And so I think what it means is that it's difficult to regulate AI because everybody is putting it in where they can. Very, very important.
What do you think the potential solution to that is? Do you feel that there is a need for broader global regulation?
I don't think you'll get it. There is a need for it. I think it'll be very, very tough.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen already how challenging it's been in social media. Aside from your day job, you're a man of many talents. You've studied for a master's degree in history of art and also in social psychology, both mid your career, really. And I'm interested to know what you feel you've gained from doing that study and how it's benefited you in business.
Yeah. Well, first of all, there is this concept about work-life balance, which I don't particularly believe in. I'm certainly not very good at it. So instead of doing that, I work all the time, and then I take a break for a few years, and I study all the time, and then I take another break. So that's the way I do it. Now, art history has nothing to do with business, and which is why I thought it was so much fun, because it's a way to relax. It's a completely different thing. But social psychology is very much linked to business. And the way we use it in the fund, we use it in terms of analyzing people's appetite for risk, because risk is tied into your gender, to your personality, and so on. And you need to understand that. You need to understand social psychology when it comes to decision making, how you unbias decision making, and in a lot of different fields. So I just think that's the most interesting thing you can study. And I believe you have studied it too.
Yeah, I studied psychology, social psychology as well. I mean, beyond the obvious men are more likely to take risks than women, what are the other character traits that you think are most interesting in helping to evaluate how different types of people make decisions?
Yeah, so in terms of risk, women take less risk than men. And you see that from traffic accidents. Women don't crash. In the first half in Norway, I think there was something like 100, let's say there was 120 people drowning. You know how many women? 0. So they just live a less risky life. And we see that in the investing world as well. But it's not only women. Introverts take less risk than extroverts. It's geographically biased. So in Asia, you take less risk than America. Young take more risk than old. Rich take more risk than poor. So you just need to understand that whole picture.
Should we be encouraging people who are risk averse to take more risks? I'm thinking about particularly in terms of investment. We know that women can often end up less well off.
No, we should not encourage people to take more risks, but we should be more conscious of which person we put in which position. You cannot put a person who doesn't want to take risks in a Formula 1 seat. They just don't want to drive fast, and vice versa. You don't want to take a risk taker and put the person in a position where they don't take risk. So you just need to fine tune who is where,
So it's about using those social psychological experiments and analysis to help you build the right team.
Absolutely.
What about when it comes to decision making? How can you optimize decision making by looking at the fundamentals of social psychology?
By looking at when do you use analysis, when do you use gut feel. Now, I did my dissertation on that, and nobody believes in gut feel. Everybody believes in it when you call it pattern recognition. Sounds more serious, sounds much better. Nobody believes in anybody else's gut feel. They only believe in their own gut feel. And then it has to do where in the organization are you? If you are at the top, you can act on your gut feel. If you're at the bottom, if you're a new starter, you can't. So it's just a very, very interesting dynamics here.
And what about gut feeling when it comes to biases? We know that can be a big issue in the recruitment industry. If somebody get a feeling, oh, that person's a bit like me, or they've got this on their background, that'll be a good fit, which can discourage diversity.
Well, the worst bias you have is I'm not bias. You know, some people think they are not biased. We are all very biased.
So it's more about awareness.
Yeah.
Something else we had a brief conversation about before coming on stage was perfectionism.
Yeah.
And I know you've got a question for our audience here.
How many of you are perfectionists? Hands up. Okay. Is that only good? No, it's also bad. So you have 3 different types of perfectionism. And I know this because I did a podcast last week with the leading expert in the world on perfectionism. He's called Thomas Curran. He's out with a book called The Perfectionist Trap. And it's really interesting. So you have the perfectionism that you inherit from your parents and the stuff that you have in yourself. Then you have the stuff from social media, which is started in 2005, and young people feel it all the time because every time they look at the phone, you look at all these perfect people. And then you have the way you impose your perfectionism onto other people, how you make life miserable for the people who work for you. That's really, really important. Because 70% of people who leave their jobs is because they don't work well with their immediate boss. And I had a perfectionist boss who was micromanaging me, and gee, was I miserable. So it's a very, very important thing. Stay tuned for that podcast. It's really good.
Yeah. We've had a couple of people sending in questions to you, which is great. One of them says, how can you use psychological tools to get more people back to the office? That's one question. I guess the other question is whether we want them all back in the office. Perhaps you could answer both of those for us.
Yeah, I do think you want more people back in the office. We have 3+2 now, so we have 2 days you can work from outside the office and 3 days in the office. I think probably, we are talking whether you should go to 4. We haven't done it. I think it's too early to do it.
So, but how can you persuade people who are reticent to that? Because there are certain people, particularly in some industries, I know.
Well, hey, you have to make it fun to come to the office. You have to make it worthwhile. You have to put on free buns every Friday. You have to put on like a coffee, proper barista, in the entrance every Wednesday. You have to just work a bit more on these things,
What do you think are the benefits for the economy if more companies ask people to come back full-time or nearly full-time?
Okay, the average loss of productivity when you work from home is somewhere between 15 and 20%. Now, in the beginning of COVID, I think we worked really well. Now we have some habits which are just not great. And, if I'm to do something boring, everything is more fun than doing that job, right? Putting on the washing machine, doing some stuff in the garden, go for a run. So the average is 15 to 20% loss. It's quite a lot,
Yeah, it is, and that it doesn't correspond with what some of the earlier research suggested.
No.
But as you say, that was a different time when, let's face it, there wasn't really a lot else that you could do apart from work and do the washing during COVID, whereas now things are open as well, so you can also use your time at home to run errands and things, and I think that's what some bosses have been worried about.
But there is an important question here. What is the meaning of life? And is the meaning to work all the time, or is the meaning to have a bit more spare time? And if you work 10% less, but you are 20% more happy, isn't that like a good trade-off? I don't know, it raises some important questions.
Yeah, it really does. Final quick question for you. You love art. How do you think creativity can help business and the economy?
Oh, it's massive. A business which is not creative, which doesn't reinvent itself, is going to die. It's going to die. You just have to do stuff all the time. I'm doing a podcast on Wednesday with Sony, the Japanese consumer company. Look at the kind of stuff they've been through. They invented, the kind of the Walkman, the game consoles, all these kind of things. It's continuous reinvention of everything.
Yeah.
And if you lose that creativity in your company, you are gone.
Yeah, and now more than ever, especially with things like AI around,
totally.
We need to really focus on that in business too.
Yeah.
All right, unfortunately we're running out of time, but lovely to have you here on the HS Visio studio stage. Please give it up for Nikolai Tangen.
Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, I'd also just like to give a shout out to all of you watching on the live stream. We asked yesterday to let us know what you thought of what was going on here, to use the hashtag nbforum 2023, and we got some great photos of people sharing them sitting at home, scribbling down notes, sharing what they'd got from the speakers. So it was really fantastic. Do keep that coming. It's lovely to have you so involved wherever you are in the world. Now, our next guest leads little introduction. He was on the main stage earlier. He's an investor, a podcaster, an author. Please give a very warm welcome to Tim Ferriss.
All right.
Ooh, all right.
Bright lights, big city. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very unsurprised that the room is so packed for you, and great to have you here. A lot of people will have seen your keynote talk, but not everyone on the live stream. So there might be a little bit of repetition, but what we really want to focus on is angel investing and to get some tips from you about that. So first off, for any beginners, what exactly is angel investing?
So angel investing is referred to as angel investing because typically there's been a scarcity of funds for extremely early stage startups. And therefore, the investors who are willing to risk their capital in these back of the napkin type businesses are on some level, sometimes rightly, sometimes wrongly viewed as guardian angels, I suppose, in the beginning, because it's a leap of faith. So I would say angel investing, broadly speaking, is any investing in speculative early stage companies.
Okay, let's talk about your investment journey. You've invested in huge names, Uber, Duolingo, Facebook, just to name a few. And you talked about this in your book, Tools of Titans, about how you got into this and how you basically invented your own MBA program. I listened to the audio version of that chapter. I'd love you to just share some of the key points with the audience.
Sure. So I dreamed of going to Stanford Business School for a long time. Beautiful school, beautiful campus, amazing teachers, and ultimately I applied twice. I got in, I didn't complete the process because when I audited the classes, I would say half of them were really good operators, so former venture capitalists or company builders, and then half were very theoretical. And they hadn't actually put into practice what they were teaching, and it bothered me quite a bit. So instead of going to business school, which at the time was going to be minimum of $60,000 a year, it's probably more now, for 2 years, $120,000, I decided to have breakfasts with my friends who were angel investing and to create this Tim Ferriss fund, which was not a technical fund, but I would commit to spending $120,000 in startup investing over 2 years with the assumption that, number one, I would lose all the money, kind of like tuition in a sense, but that the skills I would develop, the network I would develop, would be worth that personal MBA in a sense. And that was the experiment. And that is what led me on to additional investing later, because fortunately for me, it seemed to turn out decently well.
Yeah.
The timing is important. The timing is important. At that time, I do think the terms, the valuations and so on were a bit more friendly, bit friendlier towards angel investing. It can still be done though. And the idea of creating your own learning curriculum that is based on getting your hands dirty rather than just sitting in a classroom, I think is still very applicable.
Yeah, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that later on, how people can use their time for learning. But I just want to ask a bit more about some of the very specific criteria that you had when selecting some of those first companies to invest in. The ideal scenario was people with a technical background, if they were working for a technical company. And also one I thought was really interesting, people who'd grafted in service jobs.
Yeah.
Tell us why both of those criteria were so important to you.
So the technical side, I suppose, is most easily explained by just assuming that if someone's very highly technical in their field, it'll be easier for them to learn the soft skills than it will be for someone with the soft skills to learn the technical skills. So just from a competitive perspective, I tend to look for people who are technical. The service job is important, not necessarily for the success of the company, but for me personally in my interactions with that person. So if you've had to work in restaurants or something like that, like I have, you get to see the best and the worst of human nature.
Yeah.
You have to swallow your pride and bite your tongue and learn to interact with humans. And for the startups that have ended up becoming large successes, it takes 7 to 12 years, longer than most marriages in the US. So you're going to be spending a lot of time with these people.
Yeah.
So you could also say the beer test, right? If you walk by them and they're coming down the street this way and you're walking this way, do you wave and say hello and walk over to talk to them and ask them out for a beer? Or do you do this? If you're going to be spending 7 to 10 years with that person, you want them to pass the beer test.
Yeah.
I would say furthermore, there are a few other criteria. One of the most important would be focusing on products and services that I could be personally a power user of, meaning I would use the product constantly because it solved a personal problem, and therefore something that would be very easy for me to recommend to my audience, in which case I can affect the outcome. I can help take a startup from 1,000 users to 100,000 users or something like that. I think in startup investing, it's incredibly risky. You can safely assume at least 80% of them are going to go to zero. So I want to ensure that I can impact the outcome to the greatest extent possible. So that would be another component. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have an audience to do that. You could yourself be very good at fundraising. You could be very good at negotiating. Maybe you understand their clients if they're enterprise software and you understand defense contractors or whatever the case might be. But having some form of advice or platform that you can use to influence the outcome, I think, is incredibly important.
Another thing that you chose to focus on was startups within your region, so North America. Is that advice that you would share to those of us in Europe? Do you think it's wiser for people in the Nordics to invest in local companies, or is the world more global now and you wouldn't stand by that?
I think there are different ways to approach it. I certainly know, for instance, venture capital firms that have created branches in China, but they always hire local talent to run those outfits. Typically, in my case, I would say that in a place like Silicon Valley, although this is changing very quickly, you want to, I would say, have exposure to a lot of startups so that you can not feel rushed to select from a small handful of startups. I think the decision should be pretty easy. If you really have to talk yourself into and reason yourself into, not necessarily reason, but rationalize your way into investing, if it's a hard decision, it's usually a bad decision.
Yeah.
And for that reason, having some geographic focus, I think, is very helpful, not because startups are necessarily better in one place than another, but if you want an informational advantage, having social ties, having networks that are heavily concentrated in one place can really assist you. It doesn't need to be Silicon Valley. It could be New York, it could be Ottawa in Canada, where you have a few standout successes like Shopify, then you have, say, a few thousand millionaires that are created, they reinvest in the local ecosystem, and all of a sudden you have this vibrant scene.
And we've seen that happen across Scandinavia, not just
Sure.
in Finland, but other tech hubs like Stockholm too.
Yeah. So I would say, try it the easy way first, which is focusing on something nearby. And then if you think that's not going to work and you need an advantage, you can focus elsewhere. I've had a lot of luck focusing on Canadian entrepreneurs. But there's a certain proximity and cultural similarity that makes it a bit easier than, say, focusing on Portugal or even Scandinavia for me.
Yeah. Obviously, we know it's not an easy time for the global economy. A lot of people also have less money in their pockets, or they're more concerned about the future. But I'm also wondering whether this is an opportunity if you want to get into investing, because there are a lot of startups out there that are crying out for funding right now that do have great ideas.
Yeah, I would say that I'm not an investment advisor, so please take all this with a huge grain of salt. No, let me make just a few statements first, and then I'll answer that.
Yeah.
The first is that angel investing is incredibly risky. Most people will fail, so you should have, at least in your mind, a certain degree of comfort with assuming that at least the first 8 of your 10 investments will go to zero. And maybe 100% of your investments will go to zero, which is why the skill acquisition and the development of relationships that hopefully snowball over time is really important, right? Are the skills and the relationships worth it, even if those companies go to zero. This is really, 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 really critical. Maybe those relationships and skills will help you in your current profession if you decide to go back to it, or if you simply decide to stop angel investing and continue with your career track. That's a really important consideration. I would say another is that you need to think of angel investing almost as if you were a professional poker player or a professional gambler, where you have to have sufficient bankroll and you have to have enough portfolio planning so you don't place large bets in the beginning and then run out of cash. If you run out of cash and they all go to zero, you're out of the game. So you need to think about how you're going to play a longer strategy, which in my case with the personal MBA was 2 years. So you want to think about that type of portfolio construction, and I really do think it's similar to professional gambling in a sense, more blackjack than poker probably. In terms of, what was the question again?
Whether there's actually an opportunity in the fact that the economy is so rocky. Thanks. It means there's a lot of startups out there desperate for funding.
Jet lag and coffee.
It's what you've done great.
So I'm on it. Okay. So I do think there are some good opportunities. My impression is that a lot of startups are going to have down rounds. Many will go out of business. I would say as we lead into 2024, the first 2 quarters of 2024 is going to be a world of hurt for a lot of startups. I think that is when there will be a reckoning, and it'll be a very, very acute wake-up call, not just for existing startups, but also for people who are raising funds, which will mean, I would guess, that valuations are going to get pressed down, and it will create a more favorable environment for people who are willing to take that risk. My best investments were all made in what was considered a dot-com depression in 2009, 2010, 2011, after the great financial crisis and mortgage-backed securities and so on. So I do think in times of crisis and fear, there are some great opportunities, especially because the fair weather entrepreneurs, the people who are doing it because it's trendy or it might seem easy, are going to vanish. Those people will vanish. So I do think it could be quite attractive, but you need to pay attention to the valuations, which is part of thinking about your 2-year strategy, let's just say.
And a final supplementary question really about the investment of time. I love this idea of you don't have to quit your job. You could take half a day off a week to invest that time in something else. And I'd like you to give some of your favorite examples of what people could use if they just did a few hours less work in the office or at home each week.
I think you can, I think moonlighting for me is the way to go in the sense that.
I love that word.
Yeah, moonlighting, which, think about it, moonlighting, doing things at night, right? So there are constraints if you have family, obviously, but I think it is a very risky path to quit your job and go full on 100% into entrepreneurship. There's no need to be that binary. I think that you can test ideas, you can prototype, especially if you're technical, like Toby of Shopify. You can prototype things the evenings, on the weekends, see if you can get your friends to spend some money, then ask them to spend more money, just so you can confirm they're not just being nice to you. And you can really kick the tires and prototype things quickly. That could mean prototyping a business model. It could mean prototyping a website. It could be using something like Canva just to create a mock-up. These are all things that you can do in your time outside of work. And I think having some degree of security actually allows you to make better decisions in many cases rather than burning the ships behind you.
Yeah.
So I certainly have taken that approach myself. I've never raised outside money for myself for any business I've been involved with, personally, my own businesses. And that's because I've always viewed them as lightweight experiments, whether that's the writing, whether that's my first business, which I built evenings and weekends when I had a job, or anything else that I can think of. I've always hedged.
Yeah, and you've done very well out of it. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and experience with us. Please give it up for Tim Ferriss.
All right, thanks everybody.
All right, we're going to switch directions now, and we're going to be talking about politics. Now, those of you based in Finland will know there is a very important election coming up in January, elections for the new president of the country. Now, here in Finland, the president doesn't have a role when it comes to national policies like the economy or healthcare or education, but it is clearly still a very important job. Officially, they are head of Finland's their title is Finland's Supreme Military Commander. They also help to shape foreign policy and security matters together with the government, and also an important role when it comes to values, shaping and helping to debate the country's values. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that. What values and strategies might the next president need for Finland at a very crucial time for the country on the global stage? Before we meet the three presidential candidates that we are talking to, I just wanted to share a bit of transparency around this. We did invite all of the most popular candidates according to the polls right now, but not all of them could make it. They include Alexander Stubb from the National Coalition Party. Many of you will remember a former Prime Minister of Finland as well. He is overseas, as is the leader of the True Finns Party, Jussi Halla-aho, so they won't be with us. And also we strive to have gender balance here at Nordic Business Forum, but there are currently no women candidates that are flying high in the polls right now. And for a bit of background for any international people in the audience, if you're wondering why the current president can't stand, that's due to rules here in Finland that mean you can't do more than 2 terms in a row. So that sets the scene. Who are we going to introduce you to now? We have Pekka Haavisto from the Green Party, who played a key role in the NATO negotiations. Olli Rehn from the Centre Party, currently Governor of the Bank of England. And Mika Aaltola, who is an independent candidate and currently has a role as Director of the Finnish Institute for International Affairs. Please give all 3 of them a warm welcome to the stage. Welcome.
Yeah, Masin.
How are you all doing?
Fine, thank you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, good. Great to see all of you here. I'm going to start with you, Mika, because you were actually here at Nordic Business Forum last year. You're an independent candidate, and at that time, I think it was about 6 months after the invasion of Ukraine, there was a lot of talk. You were popping up on television all the time, giving your analysis, and people were saying, maybe you should think about running for president. And you were quite coy, and you didn't seem to have made the decision, at least publicly back then. I'm keen to know, was it something you were being secretive about, or when did you make the decision to run for this top job?
Thank you, Marianne. It's good to see you again. Last year I was here with Gary Kasparov, serious topics that we were discussing. And back then I actually didn't plan anything. The demand was there. Clearly you could see that people were excited about the possibility of me running. But during the summer, when I was going around in different places in Finland, and I was thinking about the word courage and the virtue of courage. And sisu is one of the most famous words people know about Finland. And I was thinking about my young son. How would father explain to the son, perhaps 10 years to the future when he's interested in these topics, that I didn't find the courage within myself to run as an independent candidate. Clearly, there's obstacles. Clearly, it's difficult. Everybody knows that. But you need to find the courage within, and that's something I recommend to everybody. The courage is the key virtue in this game.
What do you think you bring to the table as somebody who comes from outside of party politics?
Well, it's the independence of the opinion that counts. I have been on the threshold of understanding Finnish foreign policy and the practice of Finnish foreign policy for years. And so the independence of the perspective, of the opinion, I think that counts quite a lot.
Let's ask Pekka and Olli what they think about that. You built your entire careers in politics. Do you think that someone standing as president should have that kind of background?
I think it's excellent that we have several candidates with strong backgrounds, both in terms of research, in terms of political and policy-making experience. I think it's to the benefit of Finland and the Finnish people that they have competent choices.
Okay, so you think it's good to have a broad range of competition.
Certainly.
What about you, Olli?
Pekka is my name.
Pekka, sorry.
Yeah. So,
we so much look like?
well, maybe look like. Good to be here. Nice. Thanks for the invitation. Of course, I also agree that it's good to have perspective also from the research, which Mika has very well, and we have several candidates who have a wide experience on the foreign policy issues. Of course, for myself, I have been the Minister for Foreign Affairs now for 4 years and running the NATO process. And I think when we look at the table of the new president starting from March, it's full of things. It's full of agenda. It's about the peace in Europe. It's about stopping the Russian aggression against Ukraine. It's about creating a new security order in Europe. So the desk is full and you have to start immediately.
Why are you both running? What do you then promise to offer voters?
To put it simply, I love this country. I love Finland, and we have so much to be proud of in Finland, from our beautiful nature to our national defense, from our clean energy to our national economy, gender equality. And I want to make sure as president that we will have all the reason to be proud of also in the future. And we Finns are known and we are proud of grit or stamina, as we call it here, sisu. And we have plenty of resilience as a nation. And it's essential that we will maintain and further improve our resilience, both concerning the economy, energy and national defense, and that we will successfully finalize our integration to the Western Security Alliance, NATO, while at the same time taking a good care of our national defense capabilities, our reservist army. And last but not least, I believe that the President and all of us Finns, we need to defend our Nordic and European values, which have been tested recently. There is no room for racism in Finland. Instead, we have to commit to human dignity, non-discrimination and rule of law.
So background for the international guests, the topic of racism and various comments has been quite a big topic in the Finnish media over the summer. Pekka, what about you? Why are you standing? What's different about your agenda?
Well, I'm coming, of course, from the foreign policy background. I have been working 6 years for United Nations, 2 years for European Union in the conflict regions, and then doing the Finnish foreign policy during the recent years. And of course, we are at the threshold of something new in European security structures. Finland can have a very big role in that, creating the new security structure. The new president will be responsible for the OSCE 50-year celebration 2025, and at the same time we see that the old security structures in Europe has been collapsing. So the president has the main responsibility of bringing the Finnish knowledge also to the international arena. On the other hand, when we look at the Finnish debate, you referred to the racism and this summer's debate. My feeling is that we do not have to agree on everything as Finns, but we have to have a mechanism of discussion and meet each other. We have to have a mechanism that everybody fits to this country and fits to this country's future. And then I have a vision, and my vision about the green transition is that Finland can really benefit the new technologies, the digital technologies, the new energy technologies, and we can be one of those who really help the world to solve some issues like climate change and issues with the nature protection and sustainability. And this will be good also for the Finnish industries, Finnish workers, Finnish working places.
And finally, Mika, just to give you the same platform for fairness, what will be the key issues on your campaign?
Well, thank you, Mary. The key issue is the paradigm shift that is taking place in the world. We are living gloomy times. The war has returned to Europe. It was our generation that failed to live up to the promise that was made after the Second World War. never again. So the failure of the past paradigm is the clear change that I'm motivated by that, changing that paradigm. Seeing Russia doing what it does in Ukraine, containing Russia is one of the focus areas that Finland needs to take seriously. And that means that we have to gear up our defenses, our deterrence when it comes to Russia. You have to brace for the impact. Russia is not going to go away. Russia has successfully, to a degree, shifted the national economy towards wartime status. It's hostile and it's not going to go away. So we have to fasten our seatbelts when it comes to Russia. It's going to take years for Russia to change. Putin is going to remain in power, or some other actors like him. And that means that defense is one of the priorities in Finland. We have half of the NATO's Russia border here in Finland. So clearly we need to have a plan. And that's one of the scary things that I have been thinking about, that we do not have a plan. If you look to the governmental program, the big infrastructure projects that they have, the biggest one is quickening the time you spend traveling between Turku and Helsinki. Does that sound like a plan for the future of Finland? We need to have a national plan and we need to start discussions, and President can have a role in opening forums where we can discuss these big national issues, that people learn the mentality that is needed now when Finland is part of NATO. That's something that needs to start immediately. We need to have a plan.
So a plan. Trust is also incredibly important for a new president. How will all of you try and inspire trust from voters? Start with you, Olli.
It's essential that the president will aim at enhancing confidence and trust in the society by encouraging such kind of discussion and dialogue that will help us to overcome our current divisions that we are suffering from. I think we have too much internal confrontation in Finland for the moment, while at the same time we have huge external challenges, aggressive, unpredictable Russia on our eastern border, and at the same time we have a worsening economy for the moment. We have a prospect of worsening employment. So it is essential that we in Finland can overcome this confrontation, can start addressing our major economic and entrepreneurial and employment challenges, and thus reform this country so that we are better equipped in succeeding in the economy, in ensuring good conditions for entrepreneurship and creating jobs, and at the same time further improving our internal cohesion so that we are also resilient in the external world. I think this is the major challenge for the moment in Finland in our domestic decision making.
Yeah, but particularly about trust. Let's get Pekka and Mika's take on that. What do you think instills trust in a president, in a leader?
Well, first of all, Finns are very security-oriented people, and when you go now around Finland, wherever you are, in Turku or in Lapland or in the eastern Finland, people speak about security. People speak about the eastern border. People speak about the risk of Russia. And actually, it's very good that we are security-oriented at this moment. And of course, this is the attitude we are also bringing to NATO. We are taking seriously. We have been guaranteeing our own borders so far, and now we have NATO to add force on guaranteeing our borders. But then it's about this internal trust as well in the society. And I have to say that I had one very positive experience, and it's spring 22 when we started to negotiate about the NATO membership. I went around all political parties, all parliamentary groups, from the left-wing alliance to the true Finns, and I could see that people unite for the security. And actually it was a very unique decision of the Finnish parliament to vote for the NATO membership. But of course this national dialogue and understanding of each other's has to continue, because we are very weak as Finns if we let these divisions to rule and dominate the country, and then the outer forces through the hybrid influence and so forth can influence negatively to our situation. And then of course the trust is also trust for other international partners to Finland, that we are bringing our part of the defense, but also that we bring our analysis and our critical understanding of the situation. And some Finns think that now, when we are members of NATO, we can somehow forget Russia. But whenever you go to the NATO meetings or you go to the EU meetings, the first question still to us is, how is your border? What's about your neighbor? What is the perspective? What's happening there? And we have to have that knowledge and we have to have that understanding. So the research and intelligence is very important at that.
Mika?
Yes, I think trust is based on courage, on having a sense of mission for the nation. And there the plan is again very important. You need to have a strategic goal that sets certain priorities. In what order we are going to reach the goal of securing Finland. People are expecting quite a lot. The willingness to defend the country is world record level. 85% of Finns would defend the country even if the outcome would be uncertain. So the question is that how to respond to that demand that is out there. How to build a dialogue, how to build a plan, and how to have the courage of telling people what should be done in what order. And that has to be a shared mentality that responds to the demand that is out there. So right now, the paradigm that we used to have, the politics of hope when it came to Russia, that collapsed overnight. So new mentality is setting hold in Finland, and the president has to take responsibility in directing that energy that people have right now when it comes to defense, security, and also about building the nation, infrastructure projects, security of supply of Finland, different regions of Finland, how to think about Finland in a new way, in a new context. That's the first priority, and it has to happen on the very first day that the new president takes the office.
Picking up on that, values, values-based leadership is a key part of being a president. What are the values that you think need to stand out or be changed during the next run? And Mika, I'd just like you to continue because you slightly started touching on that, and then we'll get to Pekka and Olli's views afterwards.
Well, the key values of the Republic of Finland has always been the classical values. Courage, seeking wisdom, trying to find the right path, being somewhat moderate in different changes. So moderation is seen as a virtue. Consensus building is always a good part of the Finnish society and the societal processes in Finland. And then you need to have hope. You have to be able to build communal sense of together-mindedness in order to reach the goals. But you have to also set the goals. What would Finland look in 10 years, in 20 years, in 50 years, so that it would be a good place to live?
Can you answer
for the
that?
citizens?
What would Finland look like in 10 years?
Well, I hope it's going to be more secure. And that means that we have to have the deterrence here. That Russian leadership would never think about crossing the border, never infringing the sovereignty of Finland. So it has to be based, the Russian relationship, on deterrence. On top of that, of course, there can be other things, but the foundational stone has to be deterrence.
Pekka, let's talk about values with you.
When Finland is a republic, it means that it's about equality. It's about the equal role of all citizens in Finland. And of course, we are very famous in the world for our equality between men and women and the active role of women building the society. And that's one of our key values, which we have also been exporting and explaining to the world why do we see that the role of women has been so important in Finland, and what can we do more for the equality here? The other value, of course, is nature and environment. When we look to the future, the biggest risk for us is linked to the climate change, is linked to the destruction of our sustainability and the destruction of nature and so forth. And we are very famous of building our society and also building our economy in the way that we respect nature. And when we look these elections, and particularly the situation in Finland at the moment, I would particularly take the role of the young people, the children and youth. We are always very proud that Finland is the best country in this and this and this, transparency and so forth, but let's make Finland the best country in the world for children and youth.
Thank you. And your values, Olli?
Finland is based on Nordic and European values of human dignity, civil liberties, equal rights, gender equality, rule of law, and these are the values that we need to uphold and advance both at home and abroad in our foreign policy when we act at the world stage. I'm very proud of our record, our track record in gender equality, even though we still have much to do and we have to defend gender equality and equal rights in our everyday life in our society. I would add one dimension which is of particular importance from the point of view of foreign and security policy, international relations, and this is the fact that, or the value that we should not see that might is the only right in international relations. In other words, Finland as a small nation, as a member of the international community, is working towards a global community that is better taking into account the rights of small and larger nations. In my PhD dissertation, I had a motto from President Vigdis Finnbogadottir, the President of Iceland, first female president in the world. She said once that there is no such thing as a small nation. I think that puts it very, very well and underlines our strive for well-functioning international law and international community.
Okay.
And as president, I would put much more weight in international climate diplomacy because we are underperforming in that area, partly because we have so much domestic confrontation in this field.
I think we can
and that's
try
why
and
we have to
talk a
focus
little
very
bit
much
more about
on
the climate
issues.
We can try and talk a bit more about the climate later in the debate if we have time. I just want to make sure I'm giving you all a fair amount of airtime. And also we're starting to get some questions in from the audience, which is great. So I'm going to jump in with a couple of those now, actually. Since we're at Nordic Business Forum, says this person, let's talk about brand. What have you already done to help build Finland's brand and to increase our influence? Let's have Pekka. I mean, you've played a huge role in the NATO negotiations, that's for sure.
Well,
but tell us a bit more.
Yeah, well, I have to say that the Finnish brand, which I have been contributing, first has been this Finland as a peace builder. I've been working for United Nations and for European Union on conflict regions where we can offer the Finnish solutions for negotiation and Finnish solutions of peacemaking. And I have to say that we have a very good brand on those issues, starting with former President Ahtisaari and including Elisabeth Rehn and others who have been working internationally. And I think despite of our NATO membership, we have to maintain the brand of peace building and good negotiating and negotiators and so forth. We have a certain brand on that. Then the other brand is really the security, our approach to NATO. When we applied in the middle of conflict, when Russia attacked Ukraine, we were asked, what can you contribute to NATO? Are you just coming as a burden to NATO? Are you asking security from us, or can you do something for our common security? And that's actually part of Finnish brand, that we take seriously the NATO 360 degrees and advocate that we take all the NATO concerns seriously, not only on our own border.
Mika, let's go to you next. And I think the question is specific, is about what you personally have done to help build Finland's brand so far.
Well, whenever I travel to different corners of the world, the key message that I deliver does not only have to do with the world-class society that we have built, but about the history of Finland. People can easily relate, for example, in the global south, to a country that has always been a target of imperialism, that has had very difficult times in its history. We haven't been a great power. We haven't been colonizing the world. And still we have managed to build a world-class society. We are ranked the top in multiple different rankings when it comes to equality, education, and also, surprising to many Finns, happiness. But we have a particular kind of mentality, a tough-minded mentality. And it's relatable. It's a human characteristic that is easy to understand in places where people have been suffering colonialism and imperialism. So you have to tell the whole story of Finland in order to make the foreign policy understandable. Why we did choose to join NATO, why the nation took us to NATO. It's very important that we are seen in that way as well, because lecturing about how good we are is for many relatively boring. But telling the human side, telling the history of Finland, the national identity of Finland is very important missing part in many cases of forming the brand of Finland.
Thank you. And last but not least, Olli.
I think the brand of Finland is composed of many things. I would name 2 or 3. The Nordic values and society based on confidence and trust, to which I already referred to. Then high technology and strong sustainability in our economy, which is one of the strongholds, one of the strong foundations of the Finnish economy and society. And in this field, I've had the pleasure and honor to do plenty of export promotion as the Minister of the Economy in the Finnish government. And then we used to say that we have several areas of expertise in Finland, B, C, D, and H. That's the bioeconomy, clean tech, digitalization, and as one stronghold, health tech, where Finland is particularly strong. So Finland has many strengths, and we should continue to promote this as part of our broader brand in the world.
Okay, we'll take one more audience question now. I try and keep this brief, just 2 examples of each, but I really like this question. What are your most presidential qualities and what are your least presidential qualities? If I could just ask you for a couple each. Do you want to start, Olli?
Well, it's a good question. I think none of us is objective in this regard, but if I put it more generally, the president needs to have experience. We live in a tough, even dangerous world, so there is no time for rehearsal, no time for training. You have to hit the ground running. And secondly, if I look at my experience, I have worked for many decades in decision making, both in Finland and in Europe. And I have represented Europe in the global stage, both in Group 7 and Group 20 meetings, which have been essential fora in solving the financial crisis, solving many foreign policy crises.
And what about the least
So this kind of experience is useful, of course, if you are running for president. And then you have to know Finland. You have to know Finland deeply, both southern Finland, the cities of Finland, and you have to know the regions of Finland, so that you can anchor your policies and your decisions to the society of Finland.
Okay. And least presidential? I mean, that is a loaded question, because I guess you can be any kind of president you want, but anything you think is less presidential about you or doesn't fit the stereotype?
Let me think about that while the gentlemen are responding.
All right. Briefly answers from you. Let's start with you, Pekka.
Well, maybe the best side of me is that I have cow nerves, lehmänhermot in Finnish, that I'm quite good in situations where I'm under pressure. I'm not getting nervous, and I have the patience and so forth. And maybe the bad side of the coin, I sometimes have in my nature to push things very tough through, because you need to have also a will of doing things and getting things done. And sometimes I'm noticing that in my working environment, that characteristic is not so always appreciated, but you have to get things done.
Thank you. Mika?
Well, I suppose it is obvious when I'm marketing the word courageous Finland. When you stand up for something and you run as an independent, non-partisan candidate, I'm relatively courageous in kind of seeing certain processes through, starting something new. That's key now for Finland, because the old paradigms have shifted, they have collapsed. So something new needs to be done. When it comes to the other side, I suppose this morning I was taking my son to daycare. The typical worries that people have, the child was crying, and I was feeling a little bit sad about that. In my way back to home, I was thinking about that, and then I was thinking about this debate today. And I drifted very deep into my thoughts, and I suddenly woke up when I was trying to call the elevator with car keys. It didn't function very well. So I can be absent-minded sometimes, very deeply concentrated on certain topics, and the rest of the things that I should pay attention, perhaps I don't pay. But there are other people then that are much quicker, better organizers than I am around me. So my weaker sides are taken care of by a strong team of people.
Well, admirable answers from both of you. Olli, you've had a bit of extra time to think about this. What are you going to share with us?
Pekka and Mika inspired me, and I would say that my handicap is the British sense of humor. It is sometimes hard to sell in public. I love self-irony, and I have much reason to practice self-irony. Try to stand with that, please.
All right. I have been told, and I'm not going to attempt to say it in Finnish, but there's an old Finnish saying that serving in the army is a great way to teach leadership skills. Do you agree? And if not, how can you learn to be a good leader? Let's start with Pekka.
Well, certainly army and military service is an important part of training the leadership, but as I said, we have equality in Finland. We have women, we have men. At the moment, most of the women are not serving army, and if you say that serving army is the only way to learn leadership, then you skip half of the society away, and I think that's not right. I think in many tasks you can learn leadership and you can grow up. My first task were actually to being a small entrepreneur, establishing small magazines, and finally publishing books and having a small company with 30 workers and so forth. And in that kind of surrounding, as a young student-age person, you learn a lot, and I actually recommend to everyone also not only to being in administration, but in the life career, also being in private business, because that teaches you quite a lot.
Mika, would you agree? What would your thoughts be?
Well, my thoughts are that of course there are different kinds of leadership. Army, defense forces, they serve a purpose for teaching in a particular environment skills, how to survive, how to fight. The tough-mindedness is there. It is a very important part of Finland, and I hope that the voluntary service for women is going to attract more people, because the defense forces need more people. And I'm one of those people who advocate that there should be equal service for men and women. So all of them should have the conscription in the future someday, because unfortunately the birth rate in Finland is the lowest in history that we have had. There's quite of demand of labor in different sectors of Finnish society. Also the defense forces need more skilled people, and I don't think that there's a difference between men and women in this respect. All of people have always been needed. It doesn't matter what is your gender, what is your minority. All of the people have been needed. I didn't serve because of a disease, but I have been offered medals for national defense. So I have always concentrated on teaching and going around different national defense courses for the past 15 years. And I believe strongly the value of defense of the nation teaches other values. But it depends on, of course, on what sector you come from, what type of leadership skills you need. Leadership as such is in huge demand in Finland. We do not have a plan, so leadership is needed.
Let's get Ollie's perspective on that.
Military service is a duty in Finland which I think should become a national service for both women, men, regardless of gender. And at the same time, of course, it's not the only way of gaining experience in leadership. But I have found that my experience in the Reserve Officer School was extremely useful, a formative experience in learning certain leadership qualities, leadership skills, and also learning to lead troops under pressure, under high pressure. And also, if you think of the task of the Commander-in-Chief of the Finnish Armed Forces, it is no handicap that you have done your military service. You understand at least better the fighting conditions, and that makes you usually more, say, peace-oriented and security-oriented, because you know what kind of experiences our soldiers would have to go through in a military conflict.
Okay, let's switch topics a little bit. I do want to talk about the climate, or it's already been brought up a little bit, and a very hot topic at the moment in terms of what different European countries are doing. The UK and Sweden, for instance, backtracking on some previous climate policies, and it's a big role of a president to attend international summits. So I'd like to know briefly where you all stand, what you'll be lobbying for, and let's start with Pekka.
Well, I think we have to address more effectively the climate crisis, and definitely it's part of the president's jobs to take part of the UN meetings, UN General Assembly, and raise this issue, taking part sometimes to the conference of the parties of the climate negotiations and so forth. President can really advocate not only the global solution to the climate, but also what Finland can do from our part, what means our new good climate technology, what we can offer as solutions. And then actually what is our role is to find, I would call them unholy alliances on climate. When we speak, for example, of the Arctic region and the melting of the Arctic ice, we concentrate so much to the countries of the Arctic Council or Arctic countries. And then when I was discussing with the Indian Foreign Minister Jaishankar, he said that don't you understand that there are 3 poles in the globe. And I said, well, how come there can be 3 poles? And he said, it's the northern pole, the southern one, and then Himalaya. It's the 3rd pole. And actually it changed also my attitude a little bit and my thinking a little bit, that we have to add more cooperation with countries like India, which is suffering also of the melting of the glaciers on the high Himalayas, or working with the African countries concerned about the Kilimanjaro and so forth. So the global perspective has to be maintained on the finding solutions to the climate change, but also all the time keeping in mind that we can offer solutions. And our technology, our energy technologies, renewable energy sources, all these can offer something for solving the climate crisis.
Olli, let's have an answer from you next.
I think it's essential that Finland is active in both the European Union and NATO. We have recently, in the past 2 years, mainly discussed NATO membership. Rightly so, that's essential for Finland's security. But at the same time, we should see that both the EU and NATO have complementary roles. They have a complementary division of labor, so that NATO is in the first place responsible for territorial defense of Europe, territorial defense of the NATO area, while at the same time European Union has a wider toolbox from economic aid to sanctions, from enlargement to neighborhood policies. And that's why those political forces that are advocating Fix-it or Finland leaving the European Union, even in the long term, are truly harming Finland's interests, Finnish security, and also harming European and Western unity at a critical historical moment.
Right. And Mika, finally, what will you be pushing for on the climate at international summits if you get the job?
Well, people have quite a lot of worries. There's the geopolitical worry, there's the Russia, then there's the energy issues. So we are living very worry-laden times. So what we need to do is to solve different sources of worry at the same time. So for Finland, pure energy is also a geopolitical solution. So the motivation of taking Finland forward when it comes to clean energy stems from geopolitics. It stems from kind of having a clear vision what Finland needs. So we need clean energy, and we can commit to the voluntary commitments that European Union and many countries are pledging. And let's remember that those commitments are largely voluntary currently. So the backtracking tells a story of countries and states surrendering kind of the vision for better future. But Finland should not do that, because we have the geopolitical motivation behind us. But we should not rush towards dependencies when it comes to China as well. So the electrification that is happening, China dominates that market. So we have to diversify, de-risk the China issue quite a lot. So kind of seeing whole nexus of things there, and not seeing only energy and geopolitical separate issues, but seeing geoeconomics, seeing the resource scarcity and resource policies as part of the package.
Okay,
and again,
Mika.
we need to have a plan.
We're really short on time, so I'd like you to keep your next couple of answers tight if we can. But another key thing that I think Finland really has a good reputation for on the global stage is championing an equal society, particularly from a gender perspective. But there has been a bit of an anti-feminist backlash. There are some that say that it's become a bit of a loaded word. Will you be using that word as part of your campaigning to promote Finland on the global stage? Let's start with you, Olli.
I think Finland has much to be proud of gender equality, and I think we have even domestically we have challenges. We have.
Yes or no? Will you be using that word?
Well, I will be advancing equal rights and gender equality in foreign policy if I will be elected
Will you
president.
say we have a feminist foreign policy?
Well, it depends on how you define feminism, intersectional feminism or a more limited way of defining that.
Pekka?
Well, I have been using the equality as a word, but making sure also at the same time that Finland is part of all those networks where the feminist foreign policy is discussed. Actually, from my phone, I find a list of those foreign ministers who are part of this equality network or feminist foreign policy network. Whatever name is used for that, I think the purpose is the same, the equality between men and women.
Mika, what are your thoughts?
Well, gender equality, as I said, is extremely key part of the Finnish tradition. It's one of the values of the Republic, and therefore, we cannot shy away from that. We have one of the most equal societies in the world. If you call that feminist, then I'm ready to use the word. It opens up doors, but if it closes doors, then of course let's tell the story of Finland. Why we cherish both genders, why we cherish minorities, because in a country like Finland you cannot disencourage parts of the society from the same common mission that we have to share.
Thank you. Okay, well, so the first round of the presidential election takes place on Sunday, the 28th of January 2024, and the deadline for submitting applications is the 12th of December, so we could still have some more candidates in the mix. But as for you three, no plans to change your mind, definitely staying in the race? Yes?
Definitely. Definitely. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much to our presidential panel. Oni Rehn from the Centre Party, Pekka Visio from the Green Party, and independent candidate Mika Aaltola. Please give them a round of applause from the HS Visio studio. Thank you. All right, and we are going to be getting some more insights into what it actually is like to be Finland's president. I'll be speaking to Finland's president, Tarja Halonen. She got the job at the turn of the millennium. So if you want to hear from her about what it was like to do the job and what she thinks about the current crop of candidates, she'll be with me at 4:35 local time. But I'll be back here, though, with our next round of guests a little bit sooner than that, though, in 90 minutes. That's just before 2 o'clock local time. They include futurist and author Amy Webb. She's going to be sharing some of her thoughts on the emerging tech that we all need to know about, and of course she'll be answering your questions too. We'll also have Stephanie Rouge. She is a crisis and resilience leader for Deloitte, based in the Nordics. She's going to be talking to us a lot about resilience, a very important topic for us as we continue to be living through uncertain and slightly shaky times, particularly with regards to the global economy. And we'll also have Sheena Enga. She started the day on the main stage for us. She's a professor at Columbia Business School, and she'll be sharing more of her thoughts on innovation. So we'll see you then. There's a bit of a break until that moment, but don't forget, we would love your interaction throughout the day on Slido and through the app. So if you see a guest that's coming up later on in the day, you don't have to wait for them to be on the stage. You can actually send in your questions in advance using the event app or slido.com with the code nbforum 2023. And also nbforum 2023 is the hashtag if you would like to get in touch with us and share your thoughts on our socials. But I hope you enjoyed the discussion with our previous round of guests, and we'll be back here once again, as I said, in a couple of hours' time. I'm Maddie Savage. I'm a documentary maker and podcast host and journalist, as well as being here at events, and it's been fantastic, as always, to be here at Nordic Business Forum. We'll see you again very soon. Hello again. Welcome back to the HS Visio stage. Great to see loads of you here in the audience in Helsinki. And once again, hi to everyone on the live stream. I hope you're comfortable, whether you're watching from the office or at home. If you've got some good snacks, I just had some Finnish fish cakes for my late lunch, which were absolutely delicious. Now, we have another fantastic selection of guests for you, talking about a diverse range of different topics this time. We'll be talking to futurist and author Amy Webb about some emerging tech trends. Then we've got Stephanie Raj from Deloitte. She's going to be sharing her expertise on how to manage crises and be resilient in the face of those. And then we've got Sheena Iyengar, who's a professor at Columbia Business School, also keynote speaker here this year, and she'll be sharing more of her thoughts on innovation. And as always, we would like to hear your questions as well. Use the event app or go to slido.com and put in the code nbforum 2023. Please put your hands together then for our first guest, Amy Webb. Great to have you here, Amy.
Thank you.
And 3 women in a row for this section, which is very nice. So a lot of people will have seen your main talk, but some of our live stream listeners won't have done. So just recap the main points of what you were hoping to get across.
Got it. So the main points were business, I think, doesn't understand what the future of AI is. I think we're having conversations about existential threats and wild, optimistic opportunities, and we're not having the more pragmatic conversation. So the talk was really about, here's where we are right now, here's what I think business is getting wrong, here's where we're going in the future, and then here's what business needs to do in order to create leverage.
And what are a couple of those practical steps? Because we've also seen some very optimistic minds here on this stage over the last couple of days, and other people talking about more of the catastrophic side.
Right, they're both very exciting topics. In practical terms, it's best to think about AI as an assistive computing tool, not unlike a calculator. And just like a calculator did not eliminate mathematicians, AI is going to be additive. While it will automate some of the jobs that we have today, the better way to think about this is top-line growth. Most of the executives, I run a management consulting firm, most of the executives that I talk to are only looking at bottom-line growth. How can we use AI to eliminate as many human workers as we can, because that's a huge operational cost. But if you reduce your workforce right now, and you don't invest in upskilling, and also we're not changing our education system, if you play that forward, 5 to 7 years from now, there's going to be a giant crush where there's just not enough people for the jobs that will suddenly need to be filled.
Really interesting. I'm also interested in social psychology, as you are, and a couple of our previous guests. And so I wanted to ask you also about how you see AI affecting our social interactions. We're already seeing the increase of AI being used for online friendships and relationships, and I'm wondering how you think that might develop over the next 5 years or so.
Right. So again, I just want everybody to remember that AI is not new. It might feel new because we're talking a lot about it right now, but it's been with us in many different forms for a few decades, and conceptually for much, much longer than that. So the fear that we have about how this might change us, we had the same conversations in 1980. For those of you who are here, did any of you see the movie War Games with Matthew Broderick? Yeah. So then you probably, you definitely remember, right? An AI computer is going to cause war with the USSR, and it's the end of humanity. We're telling the same stories over and over and over again. I don't think there's a future where you are all going to date an AI robot or computer, and that's going to be your relationship going forward. But the real issue with social fears and all these fears we have is that AI has been with us for a long time, but it didn't show up the way we were expecting. All of the movies that we've seen, the books that we have, is Terminator.
Yeah.
It's Samantha from the movie Her. We have these really strong images of what AI is, and those stories are so powerful, it's really hard to see what is actually happening. So it's not to say, the worry that I have has more to do with bias and like unintended consequences. And again, in the Nordics, this Jantaloven thing, and in Finnish it's Jantalaken.
Yeah, it's Jantalagen in Swedish. That's where I'm based, so I'll give you that one.
but here's the thing. Jantalogen is not being built into AI right now. So the social issues I would be asking about are, hey, are my Nordic sensibilities going to be reflected in these assistive computing tools if we don't do something right now? There's a company called Schibsted in Norway. You guys already know what Schibsted is, right?
Probably, yeah.
So their chief technology officer is one of the smartest guys I've ever worked with. His name is Sven. He's extremely cool. So one of the things his team is working on is trying to build for all of the Nordics, but they're starting with Norway, a large language model that's not just in Norwegian, but takes into account Jantalogen, right? Some of these cultural sensitivities and ideas.
For anyone that doesn't know Jantalagen, it's kind of similar to tall poppy syndrome, not kind of getting too big for your boots, not having, not being as kind of show-offy.
I don't know, that sounds kind of negative. I think Jantalogen is kind of cool. You're right, it's the, I don't want to stand out too much, but a lot of this is also about consensus culture. Again, these are, I think, some of the qualities and characteristics that make the Nordics such a special place. It's very progressive. People here are very happy. You don't have wild inequality problems or violence like we do in the US.
Well, I mean, there is rising inequality and rising violence in some of the Nordic countries.
But it's compared to other parts of the world, it's not crazy bad, right? But again, these qualities, you guys are not in the room building these systems, which means your voice is literally not represented, which should be, that to me is concerning when we talk about social issues.
So Schibsted and a couple of other companies are looking into potentially solving that.
Yeah, so Schibsted is working on this. There's some universities in Germany, there's pockets around Europe that are starting to work on this. Because right now these systems are very American.
Yeah, and you see that even when you use ChatGPT. If I'm asking, I was asking it the other day to help me with something, and it used the American term yard sale instead of a second-hand sale, which is what I would use in English.
Oh, and that's a good point. That's a really good point.
We don't have really yards.
No, but what you do have here is a healthy and robust resale marketplace system, and there's no shame in reselling or rebuying things. It's a growing part of the economy. Yard sale, I'm sorry, but I'm not shopping at a yard sale, in the United States.
Very popular in the Nordics. You can get some great stuff. People look after their things too.
No, but it reflects climate related ideas and not wanting to waste. So this is a great example. It's not just the language that's different. It's not just yard sale versus resale marketplace. It's all the context. It's all the other things. And none of that is inside of these systems that everybody's so excited about.
Yeah, really interesting. Okay, so you're a futurist moving away from AI. What are the other emerging technologies that we need to be aware of?
Right, so my company, Future Today Institute, every year we produce a huge tech trends report. It's actually 14 separate reports because each volume of it is a different area of technology. We also give it away for free, so if you want copies of it, you can get it on our website. And we cover every area of tech. From my point of view, I would think in terms of what are the next general purpose technologies. So this is the GPT that actually matters. So a general purpose technology is a technology that has the chance to transform an economy or society because of all of the knock-on effects. So the steam engine is an example
Yeah.
of a general purpose technology. The internet, general purpose technology. Interesting story about the internet. I was with some economists last summer, and I asked them, how much value has the internet how much value does it generate? It's a hard question to answer. And they said, we don't know. So we're talking through how would we do this? The answer is you have to do it in reverse. The only way to calculate the value of the internet is to shut it off and figure out how much we lost. So the question
do
is,
that.
right. Please don't do that.
nobody do
I'm
that.
extremely online. So I think the tech trends from our point of view are never trendy. These are things that are longitudinal. They have a very long horizon. So for your purposes, I would be asking about what do the trends say about what's next? The next general purpose technologies, like the steam engine and the internet, artificial intelligence, which is more than generative AI. It's a big umbrella with many different things, is the first one. The second one is bioengineering. Like artificial intelligence, bioengineering is also a bunch of different technologies that include synthetic biology, which is a way of editing and writing code for using ACTG, which is DNA, versus just ones and zeros. And it allows us to do all kinds of things, many of which are really boring, but will transform society and the economy. So that's the second one. It also includes CRISPR and other things like that. The third, which I know is quantum. And I know everybody's like, quantum computing, everybody's been talking about it forever. It's never going to happen. But I think this is another area that's really, really misunderstood. And I would not pay attention so much to quantum computers as I would quantum algorithms. And again, just how some of these systems are starting to change. Now, these three areas of tech trends, these three general purpose technologies, become a force multiplier when they start working in combination with each other. The future of bioengineering is hooked to AI. The future of quantum is hooked to bioengineering and AI. So if you really want to look ahead and figure out how the world's going to look different, look at the connections between these three areas, and importantly, the convergences of trends.
Really interesting. And for anyone that wants to do more of a deep dive on that, we actually had the CEO of VTT, which is the Technical Research Center of Finland, and they're doing a lot of research into both quantum computers and some of the new different fibers and cellular biology that's coming up. You're a futurist, a fascinating job, and you're giving us some insights, but do you think business leaders should in general be thinking more like a futurist day to day?
Absolutely. So I open sourced our methodology several years ago because I really think that all of you should have some sense of how to do some of the modeling and how to do the long-term scenario planning. Some of you are familiar, especially in the Nordics, you're already familiar with scenarios. The old way of doing scenarios is interviewing people. Doing a little bit of research, trend hunting or horizon scanning or whatever. That's not robust enough for today. Leaders today, they just need more resources to make their decisions. So the field has evolved. And part of the reason why I open sourced our methodology is because we all have to do better going forward. I would love if I come back here, let's say in 5 years, and when I say that I'm a futurist, you're all like, whatever. Like it's not an interesting sounding job. It's like accountant. I apologize to any of you who are accountants. You are all very exciting people, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, and actually a lot of the accountancy might be being done by AI. I mean, it's already a huge part of the industry.
I don't know if that's true. Again, I think that it's assistive. I don't think it's a replacement. But
no, but yeah. I think really good. We need to change our mindset a little bit to...
Yeah, I mean, everybody in this room understands what a P&L is. Everybody in this room needs to know how to do a fringe sketch. And you need to understand the difference between what is a trend and what is trendy. It's just basic level stuff. So there you go.
Yeah, love that answer. You mentioned sci-fi movies earlier, and I asked ChatGPT for a question for you, and this is the question that they came up with.
What does ChatGPT want to know?
If you could have any futuristic technology from a sci-fi movie or book become a reality today, which one would you choose and why? You can also say if you think that was a bad question.
I'm just trying to think through. The problem is I've seen too much. So what would it be? I don't know what I would choose. Can I answer the question in a different way?
Go for it.
I actually think the original Matrix movie from 1999 does a really good job of anthropomorphizing AI and thinking through some of the consequences of it. I think that's actually really, really smart. I think it's one of the better. I watch a ton and I read a ton of books. For those of you really interested, the other book that I would read next is The Ministry of the Future, which is another really great sci-fi book about climate and tech.
Fictional or
Fiction.
non-fictional?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Some great tips there. Thanks very much for joining us, Amy Webb.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to add The Matrix to my November films list, because I always make a long list because I live here in the Nordics, and as we all know, it gets dark at 2 p.m. So you've got to have something to entertain yourselves. Now, next up, we're going to be talking about resilience. A lot of businesses have shown incredible resilience over the last few years. We've dealt with the impact of Brexit, of the pandemic, the climate crisis ongoing, and now all of the questions that we've been asking about AI, not to mention the impact of the war in Ukraine. So how can we stay resilient? How can we prepare for new crises? Well, to tell us more is Stephanie Raj, who is Crisis and Resilience Leader at Deloitte in the Nordics. Please give her a warm welcome to the stage. Hello. Lovely to have you here, Stephanie.
Well, thank you.
We've talked about resilience in a variety of different forms, but yours is organizational resilience, really. So tell us a little bit about how you would define that concept and what exactly your job is.
Yeah, so if you're talking about resiliency, of course, resiliency is becoming a buzzword that everybody has been hearing all about in the last few years. But really, if you're looking into organizational resiliency, and also why it's still so important to keep on talking about resiliency, is organizational resiliency is for you as an organization to be able to adapt, but able to anticipate, prevent yourself, think about how to respond, recover of any disruption that could happen. And not only the unplanned disruptions, but even the planned disruptions that could happen to your organization. And not just your organization, but sort of your whole end-to-end value chain. Because if you set yourselves up for really being able to adapt to those situations, you're also really able to thrive even further from it. We can look into, for instance, the pandemic. Before that, a lot of organizations worked only face-to-face. And within probably 4 weeks, everybody was able to work fully remote. You can see how quickly you can adapt as an organization, and maybe even from that, thrive out better.
All right, so can you give us some examples of organizations that have shown exceptional resilience?
So, of course, as a Deloitte organization, you're not allowed to share what your clients are doing, but maybe I can illustrate it with a good example. Currently, I'm here in the Nordics, and I lead our Nordic practice, but before that, in my previous career, I did the same for Deloitte in Canada. And in 2021, there was a major, just after COVID, a major technology disruption that hit one of the largest telco providers, and for 1.5 days, more than a majority of Canada was without internet or phone. People could not dial 911. People could not able to access their internet connections. But also with that, hospitals could not access their patient records. Banks could not do their transfers because the largest payment organization had that one internet provider.
Yeah.
So the whole, and so people could not use their ATM. People could not pay for their gas, for their groceries. So it was really a full disruption as an organization.
Yeah, I feel really bad because I was just joking with Amy Webb about, don't switch off the internet. What kind of an impact would it have? So how did this organization move through this?
Thanks. No, so this was the illustration because what she said that reminded me. what good organizations were able to respond to in this situation was that they were able to think about in advance of what this happened, and they were prepared to make sure that they knew that there were multiple internet providers they could use. They had the ability to switch that, to able to reach out to their employees, but also to have alternative ways how people were able to still do their groceries or think about how to get their gas. How you still, when you look into the whole technology transformation we're going through, to have that backup what to do if technology doesn't work. And that was really interesting to see that well-prepared organizations had thought about not only how they responded, their ecosystem, but how to transfer from the technology-enabled world to the sort of manual world quite quickly.
So that's a example of a company that's done well. What are the most common mistakes made by companies and organizations when it comes to resilience? Is it as obvious as just underpreparedness?
So I will never use it as mistakes, because in resiliency you always will learn. None of the crises or disruptions are ever the same. And so if you're looking to where you see organizations more evolve in the whole resiliency angle, is that they think short term. So the only thing I need to look into what we need to resolve for now. And if you're looking into resolving now, you forget what the consequences later on could be. It's really thinking about only what will impact this specific area, but you need to look at these things holistically and across your value chain. It's not just your organization, it's who you are impacting, but also how other organizations impact you.
Because there have been so many crises in recent years and everything's been so fast moving, there is, I think, a lot of crisis fatigue amongst a lot of organizations. Okay, more planning, more reacting. And I'm really interested in why you enjoy working in this field of work full time.
Yeah.
So the challenge for a lot of other people, you've made it your career.
Yeah, it's another it's a boring job because, yeah, what I mentioned, resiliency is and crisis is sort of becoming a buzzword. But what for me makes it so interesting is I really like to help other organizations in thriving, in looking also the positive side of a crisis. As I said, how can you come out better of it? What could be also, if you're well prepared, to be sort of your competitive advantage. If you're able to survive a crisis, but also to think about how you can maybe in a different way look into your business. And that's sort of not standard business as usual work, but ever-changing environment that really energizes me as a person.
We just on the main stage heard about some of the speakers announced for Nordic Business Forum 2024, and one of the key themes, courageous leadership. What sort of leadership characteristics do you think are necessary to help guide organizations through a crisis?
Yeah, I had a lot of discussions on this because there's so much discussions on your employee resiliency, leadership resiliency. And I think one of the good things that you also have here in the Nordics is there's so much attention to that. And if you're able to remove the emotion responding to a crisis and being able to adapt to that very quickly. So step away, look into the broader picture, look at it holistically, but be able to surround yourself also not only with your friends as a leader, but with your enemies, because it keeps your friends, the famous saying of keeps your friends close, but your enemies even closer. People with different views during a crisis can help you navigate through that holistic picture and the alternatives and what you need to consider. And I think a lot of the good leaders that we have seen around the world, besides looking into their personal resiliency, also looked into the holistic picture and made sure that they took everybody with them on the journey.
I'm interested in how you think the Nordic countries handle resilience, generally known as more of having a consensus business culture, and you're new to the region, so without making any enemies, what do you see the Nordics doing well or not so well?
Well, I think that Amy just mentioned the whole scenario thinking. And I think the scenario thinking is a really good way that you, like I just mentioned, not every organization is looking into the long term, but what are all the different scenarios that could happen? And just moving here in the last period of time, what I really like is that personal resiliency is so important, because if you do that as an organization and you take out the emotion in your response to a crisis, you're so much well prepared to make sure that you are acting resilient. You're taking everything into your way of thinking. And what I found so interesting when I talked to so many organizations here compared to North America and the rest of Europe that I've been in the past, is that I don't get the responses here, yeah, we went through COVID, so we are resilient. There's so much openness in seeing that it's not just, oh, we survived something, so we are able to adapt to it. No, it's really more holistic thinking across your supply chain, your value chain, that people are open to. And they are seeing that there's so many different angles still able to explore. Okay. And they're really wanting to take that journey to explore that.
So a lot of openness. Any downsides or things that could be improved?
Of course, I've not been here so too long yet, so I cannot not judge that fully. But I do think that there's still an opportunity where we take that step back, and certainly with also the political issues that here are happening across the Nordic situation, so close to the Russian border, is that I think it will be good to take the next step in looking into resiliency from that holistic point of view, and take the geopolitical angle in it, the supply chain angle in it, as well as the human components. So you really take that as a strengthening capability for your organization and across the sectors.
What about tools and technologies? Are there any particular new products or styles of reacting to resilience from a tech perspective that you think are going to become more mainstream or useful in the coming years?
So there's so many tools that can help organizations, like also AI, to become more resilient. But maybe I want to take a different angle to your question, because otherwise I will probably hit to a lot of the vendors here on across the forum. Is when you look into resiliency, yes, there are so many tools to help you, but be aware, and that's the biggest thing that I would say. We are in a digital transformation area, but it is so important to realize that there is a digital transformation, but there are also significant more technology disruptions. Not only cyber attacks, but the outages, for instance, that I mentioned, or any other. So make sure that when you go to your technology transformation, you also take into account how to be resilient from it in case something happens, because you need to be able to continue your organization and your business as usual in case something goes wrong. And I think that is the other angle from technology innovation that people need to not forget.
And is there anything else that you think can add to a person's resilience, perhaps from outside of the business world? What else can we be doing in our lives to perhaps help us be better prepared for challenges?
There are so many things you could mention, and I probably everybody of us who talks about resiliency as leaders can do also a lot better themselves, including myself. But for me, is the most important thing is sort of taking those habits. And there was a speaker this morning, or this afternoon during the lunch, and that's one of the things that I do myself is really take every morning sort of a standard routine where I make sort of a good start of my day where I balance myself out. Because if you really as a person balance your day out in a well way, that helps you set up for the rest of the success of your day, and it also makes sure that you're able to bounce back a little bit better. So some of those, maybe it sounds corny, but some of those standard things that you can build into your life that really balances your life out, I have seen helped a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely for me too. I took a 15-minute walk in the Finnish forest both today and yesterday, but that's a new habit because as a journalist it's so easy to just pick up your phone straight away, check the news, check your emails, and I know a lot of people doing that to check the latest news in the business world as well. But listen, it's been wonderful having you here and sharing your perspective, so please give a round of applause to Stephanie Rush.
Thank you so much.
All right, last but not least, we've got one last guest for this round of talks at the HS Visio studio with me, Maddie Savage. She is a researcher, author and professor of business at Columbia Business School, and she's coming to chat to us ahead of her appearance on the main stage. So please welcome Sheena Iyengar. All right, and just while we're welcoming Sheena, a reminder that I can access all of the questions that you're sending in on the iPad in front of me. So please do use the event app in order to send the questions in, and also you can use slido.com, and then put in the code nbforum 2023. Sheena, thank you very much for joining us. There is a huge crowd here to to hopefully ask you some questions and to listen to my questions if I can get my words out properly. So I'm going to start with a broad question. You've got a PhD in social psychology from Stanford University, and we heard earlier from Nikolai Tangen from the Norwegian Oil Fund. He actually went off and studied social psychology in midway through his career. In general terms, how can the field of social psychology help us better understand interactions in business?
Well, I think what social psychology does is it shows you how environments, how other people affect the way each of us as individuals think and how we act. I, in particular, study the way all kinds of things affect what we choose.
So yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about that. You've written a lot about that in your book, The Art of Choosing, which is all about the paradox of choice and the concept of choice overload. Talk us through that, the idea of needing a manageable range of options in business, both for employees and customers.
So, in general, what we find, and I'm actually right now in the midst of doing a big review, there's now over 900 studies that look at the effects of offering people a lot of choice, and actually not even just people, even animals. And it turns out that the more choices people and animals have, the less able they are to manage their choices. I first had this observation in the year 2000 with a study I did that had to do with jam. And at the time it was just a small, fun study. But essentially with jam, what I discovered is that even though people want a lot of choices when they go to a marketplace, they're more attracted to larger displays of options. When it comes down to making a choice, they're much more likely to make a choice when they see less than when they are choosing from a lot more. And essentially you still see that over the course of all kinds of decisions now, whether it's looking at medical decisions, voting decisions, financial decisions, dating decisions, to name just a few.
Yep, definitely have seen that happening in the dating world with too much choice, meaning people can't stick around always.
Did you know that even crickets, the more mating options you give female crickets, the less likely they are to mate?
Fantastic comparison. A lot of your work with a focus on innovation talks about bringing ideas from individuals rather than from group decisions, which can sound a bit counterintuitive. For years we've talked about, let's get together for a business brainstorm. So tell us a bit about that.
So we often think that ideation or generating creative ideas or thoughts the word we use for ideation is brainstorming. And if you look at the history of brainstorming, it was invented in 1938, and it was all about just getting a bunch of people together in a room to sort of bounce off ideas. And certainly design thinking has popularized that approach. That's a wonderful thing to do if you're just trying to have fun and have a great conversation and shoot the breeze and feel good. But it's not the best way to get your best quality ideas, particularly not if you're trying to solve a complex problem.
Why not?
Because the moment you say something, you've essentially created the anchor. You've made sure that I'm only going to think about building on whatever you've said. It's really tough for me to start thinking about all the things I would have in my head about how to solve that problem. And so essentially what you do is you create an echo chamber. Instead, if as a leader, I have each individual think about the problem by him or herself, and then I have them come back to the group and share, you now increase both the quantity and the diversity of ideas by about threefold.
Wow.
And the key there is diversity. They will bring different knowledge bits to the table if they're thinking independently.
And also potentially, I'm thinking out loud here, but having an equal opportunity to have their say rather than people being dominant in the room based on unconscious biases or how loud or quiet they might be.
Yeah, we all know what it's like, what happens in the meeting. The loudest voice speaks and everybody else either says yes or decides not to bother.
speaking of diversity, we all know it's a very important thing for organizations to be focused on, but progress has been a lot slower than a lot of campaigners would have hoped. What else needs to change in business, in your opinion?
I think that what we need to do is empower people, no matter where they are in an organization, to both make and create choices. You know, particularly now that you can delegate so much of routinization or routinized thinking, you know, to non-humans, essentially, whether you want to call it AI or not. To non-humans, what are we hiring humans to do? We're hiring humans to exercise judgment, but we don't often empower them to actually make judgments.
Okay.
And I think that's a big change. If you're hiring people, you're hiring them to think. So give them the tools to think and give them the power to think.
And what sorts of tools do you mean?
So I would, in every level of the organization, not just have a model where you're telling employees, do it this way. I would ask employees, you know, how would you make it more efficient? What are some problems you're seeing on the ground? Tell me about these problems. What would you suggest to solve it? Because if you think about organizations, what do they care most about? They care about how to be more efficient. And actually, it's your employees on the ground seeing what's happening that can actually best help you make things more efficient. And then second, it's how do I grow the business? That too, if you can have multiple people thinking about that independently of one another, you'll actually get a greater diversity of ideas.
And what about in terms of employee feedback and encouraging people to be able to be more open about what they think could perhaps be improved within organizations? That's been quite a hot topic, but I think there's still a lot of people afraid that if they answer a survey, it can get traced back to them, that sort of thing.
See, I'm really not a proponent of giving people feedback the way we traditionally think about feedback. I actually think the way we give people feedback is not always constructive. Because we either tell people, oh, I really like what you're doing, in which case they feel really good. Or we tell people, oh, this is just bad, and here's why it's all brown. At which point they either decide that they're a loser, or they decide you're a loser. At which point it's really not constructive either way. Instead, one of the things that I teach my students to do and give talks on is of alternative ways to give feedback that's all about improvements. So let's say I have an idea. I'll share my idea with you.
Yeah.
I won't ask you, what do you think about it? How do you feel about it? I'll simply present it to you, and then I'll ask you, can you present this idea back to me the way you would present it? That teaches me a lot more about what stuck, what didn't stuck, how you edited, how you reimagined it. In a sense, I'm doing better than you telling me what you liked and disliked.
So how has that worked with your students then? Have you seen sort of completely different reactions from them?
Oh yeah, so we do things that we call first playback, and then we do reimagine, where what we do is we have people, they have an idea, say for a product, and they go up to people, they describe that idea. And then later on, that other person has to describe their idea back to them from memory. And it might feel like a memory test, but really what it is you're learning by looking at what they remember.
Yeah.
You're learning how to edit your own idea by seeing what stuck and what didn't stick. We also have them do the reimagine exercise where they'll go to experts in a given topic and they'll present their idea and they'll ask the expert, how would you present my idea if it were you? Again, it's a much more useful way for you to see what other ways your idea could exist in the world.
Yeah, really innovative and hopefully a safer space for people to feel that they can make adjustments. Now, we are talking a lot about resilience this year here at Nordic Business Forum, given that we know times have been rough for a lot of people. And for some, that can mean putting certain other things to one side, be that sustainability or innovation. We're just trying to get through the day-to-day. How would you advise businesses to maintain innovation during these tricky times when the bottom line is often the key focus?
You see, I don't think that innovation has to cost money.
Yeah.
I think that's often a myth. You know, one of the exercises that I do, and you can do this in a room of individuals, you could do this in a company, you can do this in all kinds of forums. And so let me just give you an exercise that could be done, and any company could do this. You bring a bunch of people in the room. Could be a CEO that's bringing in his or her leaders. It could be a manager bringing in his or her sets of employees. And you ask each person to think of one small suggestion that wouldn't cost any money. One small suggestion that if it were implemented would make a big difference.
Yeah.
Now, of course, ideas are plenty and ideas could be cheap. And so what you want to identify is which ideas, though, really get the most traction. So let's imagine I had 50 people.
Yeah.
And all 50 people now have one suggestion. Now what I do is I go around the room, and one by one, I describe my suggestion to each of the 49 people. I don't do it as a group. I do it in pairs.
Okay.
I tell you my suggestion, you tell me my suggestion. Then I move to the next person, the next person, the next person. Now at the end of, say, an hour of doing this, but it'll take about that much time. And that's useful because you are learning as you're describing and hearing.
Yeah.
Now at the end, I give each person 3 checks. And it could be mock checks or real checks or whatever you want to make it, but they have to be meaningful.
Okay, just to let you know, we've got 2 minutes left, Sheena.
Yes. And I give you 3 checks. I can only invest in 3 ideas in the room, and it can't be me. Now the leader gets to see which ideas actually got the most traction.
Yeah. So that's a more powerful way of, really getting to see in a more data-driven way, rather than it being that loudest voice or, the minority voice that just happens to get more attention. If you could travel back in time and witness the birth of one groundbreaking innovation, what would it be and why?
Oh God, there's been so many. You know, like one groundbreaking innovation.
Yeah, maybe to be there in that room when someone came up with a certain idea.
I'm about to talk about Lady Liberty and ice cream. Those are certainly 2 of my favorites. But I remember just recently when I was with my son, and I was telling him how, when I was your age, I didn't have a cell phone. And he was like, were you living in the dinosaur age?
I know. People still shocked about that time. We lived in analog times. I grew up in an analog world too, but I've had my whole adulthood in the digital world. Okay, well, we're going to hear more from Sheena on the main stage, so let's give her a big round of applause. Thanks so much for joining us here on the HS Visio stage.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Sheena's just making her way off the stage, and I'm just going to tell you that we will be back shortly with our next round of guests, so do join us again then. Bye-bye. Good evening, Helsinki. Hello to those of you watching us still on the live stream, whatever time zone you're in. This is it. This is the last session from the HS Visio Studio 2023, but we have got some fantastic final guests for you. But what a great couple of days it's been. Through here, we've had some of the keynote speakers passing through, Amy Webb, Tim Ferriss. We've also had a Formula One driver, a music producer, several entrepreneurs, investors, CEOs, and you'll be able to watch anything you missed back online shortly. But in this section, at the very end, I'm going to be speaking to Finland's first female president, Tarja Halonen. So do stick around for that. We'll be talking about equality and equity in business and in politics. But before that, we're going to dig a little bit deeper into one of the topics that's really been a red thread through a lot of the speakers' presentations so far, AI, artificial intelligence. We'll have two Finnish security experts shortly, similar names, not related, Mikko Hipponen and also Henke Hipponen, who's a serial entrepreneur with a software business focused on AI. But before all of those, we're going to hear from the CEO and co-founder of Silo AI, which is one of Europe's largest private AI labs. Please welcome Peter Salim. Welcome, welcome. Big round of applause for you. So, your company started back in 2010 when AI was not as part of our everyday conversation as it is now. Just talk us through why you set up the company and why you're passionate about this field.
Yeah, it's true. At the same time, it was actually during the previous hype cycle. We set up the company end of 2017 and specifically on a mission to ensure that Europe has a flagship AI company, with the mission to ensure that we're retaining leading AI talent in the region. We're ensuring that companies stay competitive in the region. I come with an academic background, jump ship from academia and a professorship, and then we got together with a co-founding team and have now grown to be a company with a bit more than 300 people. Majority still have a PhD and a strong academic background, and we're serving companies across Europe, across North America, and have eventually now engaged in launching an initiative around large language models and Gen AI and building open LLMs specifically for the purpose of ensuring European digital sovereignty, for the purpose of democratizing LLMs and having, again, a European perspective to this.
You mentioned that strong academic technical background of a lot of your employees, and I think it was Amy Webb that was here on the HS Visio Studio stage earlier saying nowadays everyone seems to have an opinion on AI, even though very few people really know and understand AI. So I'm interested in how you viewed the conversation developing over the past year or so.
Well, yeah, I think there are quite many angles to this. I mean, first of all, if you look at what happened 10 months or so back, the ChatGPT moment, you know, AI has been evolving and developing for the past 10, 20, 50 years, right? Scientifically, nothing has really sort of abruptly changed. So, you know, I think that's been what we've seen for the past several waves. It's sort of from a scientific viewpoint, it's a gradual, slow shift that is happening. And then I think what is really sort of significantly changing is the engineering side and product innovation around that. And, you know, looking back what we talked about then in 2017 during the previous hype cycle, I think was not standing on an as good of a basis as we are now in terms of digital platforms, software products, but also in terms of AI. I do think certain things have changed.
And in terms of businesses coming to you and the conversations you're hearing, what are the things people most want to know from you?
Yes, I think we've seen and heard here many different angles to AI, and I think that's quite descriptive in terms that sort of AI touches upon everything and everything touches upon AI. And that could be a dystopic angle to it, or it could be an optimistic angle to it, or it could be a sort of very pessimistic angle to AI and the future with AI. I think the reality is that what we are having is sort of value accelerators, value elevators of software products. And what AI has been doing for the past, say, 20 years, it continues to do. It continues to basically be an integrated part of the software product we're using on a day-to-day basis and create more value. And I think that is something that business leaders that are here today also need to account for and think about how that eventually will impact their competitive edge, their company.
So people need to be thinking about how AI can add value, and obviously they can come to places like you to get that kind of support. But where do you see the most value being added? Are there any particular industries that haven't adopted AI to such a great extent, for instance, that we could see major disruption in?
So I think the major shift in terms of technology that has happened is that sort of what we've seen, say, five years back, the AI that was being built was so-called task-specific AI. Specifically focused on narrow problems and only solving that, and building that kind of technology end to end. And that has been serving the very, very large companies, in many cases platforms that have sort of a very sizable business, but also a very sizable user base. What we're seeing now is that we have so-called base or foundation model technology that sort of democratizes the possibility to apply to many more. And I think that is really sort of the difference where we are today. What that implies in practice is that you don't need to be the sort of large e-commerce platform or social media platform or build autonomous vehicles to benefit from the technology, but you can actually be a much smaller player and still create value on top of these base models and foundation models.
One topic that often comes up when we're talking about AI is bias, and we have had a few questions around that in Slido, including, how can cultural values and gender perspectives be honored by AI? How worried are you that these biases are going to be amplified, especially given that this is still quite a male-dominated field?
Yeah, I think there are obvious problems with AI. And bias is one of them. Then there's a large number of other problems out there. I mean, there are problems with the technology, and in most cases, I think they can be solved. It's just a matter of whether we are actually solving those technological problems. If it comes to gender bias or bias overall in algorithms, I mean, there are these well-known examples of, say, the Amazon recruiter that was recruiting men because it had been fed with male CVs, as an example. Well, the problem there is that we're using biased data to train these algorithms, and we're not correcting for that. Now, we can do that if we just understand how this technology works and know to correct sort of those types of, and that applies to many other things as well. So I think, in most cases, I would say that the problems that we have with this technology are technical problems.
Yeah, I guess the issue is going to be whether companies actually make that a priority in future, or whether it's a sidebar. And what about equity of access? I mean, all of us here are digital people. We're all online. We can try out the new technical tools, but that's not necessarily going to be the case for everyone in the world. Certain vulnerable groups could potentially be left behind. Is there a way of trying to mitigate that, or do you see AI as actually potentially opening up potentials we haven't thought of?
Yeah, it's so my way of looking at value creation with AI really sort of goes through software products, and that implies that sort of AI in itself isn't really creating value, but it's elevating software products out there, or software platforms, and that implies that what the future that I see is a future with a lot of software products that are basically just using AI, and where AI is a part of value creation in that software product, be that search engines or social media platforms or e-commerce platforms, or a wide range of other types of software, like our ERP systems and CRMs and various vertical softwares that we're using in banking or healthcare and so forth. So it will be an integrated part of the software we use. And of course, I would expect that the masses would have access to that software in the future as well. So I don't really see that it's there's a divide in the sense that only the rich would have access to this technology.
Yeah.
But I do think that there is it's been if you think about AI sitting at the core of these product flywheels, these platforms that have been taking significant market share, be it in the music or video or say book business. That's the product flywheel where it's not only about every single user creating more value and the product getting better, but it's actually about the interaction between every single user and the model that gets better, and hence a better product and hence more users. And that's what has been happening, and I think that is also driving for more concentration in the market.
What do you think about that explosion in the entertainment world? Do you think it's going to result in more virtual stars and less use of kind of physical performances?
No, well, I think it's just going to be an embedded part of our everyday life.
Okay. Are there any other emerging or underexplored areas of AI that you feel haven't had enough attention yet at public forums like this? Maybe there's secrets you're working on that you don't quite want to share with us just yet.
Yeah, no, I think the boring answer is really that we think of AI as something in itself, but it's not. And I think the way we should think about it and look at it is from the perspective of every single person here and the business they might sit in, which is not necessarily currently today seen as an AI business, but it's as relevant for them as it is for others. And as we know, gradually every single company is becoming a software company. And then gradually it's going to be relevant for ensuring that you're building competitive edge. So I think eventually it's not about ChatGPT or it's not about autonomous vehicles only applying or using AI, but it's going to be everywhere. It's a core element of digital product.
But I do want to pick up on that last comment you made about autonomous vehicles. I mean, that 2017 hype, that was when I first started working at tech and business conferences, and that's all everyone was talking about. And they said within 5 years we'll be driving autonomous vehicles, and we're not yet. What do you see as the pipeline for that becoming mainstream?
So that's a good question. There was a trigger. Tesla triggered this significant investment wave into self-driving technology, and many followed, with the ambition to build full self-driving. Right? We don't have it yet, even though we should have. And if you ask me, I don't think we know what technology is going to take us to FSD. But all that said, it is still creating value. It's production grade. It's part of our everyday product. And I think we have a very similar situation around large language models and Gen AI today. ChatGPT triggered a significant investment wave in the space with the ambition to build AGI, artificial general intelligence. If you ask me, I don't think we know what technology is going to take us to AGI, but it's production grade, it is getting into use, and it's creating value. And I think now the question really is, what is the optimal path for us to take to eventually get to value creation?
You seem to have an overall very optimistic perspective on this. How worried are you about AI potentially being weaponized for malicious purposes on a large scale?
Yeah, so as any technology or tool, it can be misused. That is true, and I think it should be regulated, yes. But at the same time, I think the biggest risk we have is not necessarily autonomous robots that are going to take over the world, but it's really that we have today, the technology we have is fulfilling the Turing test. And if we have technology that passes the Turing test, it implies that we have technology that we as human beings can't distinguish from other human beings. And it implies that it can be used in various ways, also misused. And I think that is sort of a very different topic compared to saying that it's weaponized, but it is something that I think is already impacting and will continue to impact the society.
Indeed, and we'll be talking about that a little bit with our next couple of guests as well. Please put your hands together for Peter Salin from Silo AI. Thanks very much for joining us. All right, let's bring on our final two AI experts for this segment. Mikko Hyppönen, Chief Technology Officer at cybersecurity company Visio. He also describes himself as a hacker hunter. And Henke Hyppönen, who's a serial entrepreneur and also Chief Innovation Officer at Unite AI, which develops a full range of AI technologies. Put your hands together. Let's bring them onto the stage. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Some nice handshakes. All right, great to have you both with us. Henry, do you want Henry or Henke?
Well, both of them works.
Both of them
Whichever
works
is
for you.
easier for you.
Okay. So you're someone who's pretty optimistic about AI. We've heard a whole range of perspectives over the last couple of days, but I read that you describe humans and AI as a future dream team.
Yeah, definitely, and that's part of the thing that I'm worried about. That like our imagination is limited to dividing the labor and job between machines and humans, and we're not exploring the most important and interesting aspect of that division and co-working with the machines. And what I think machines can do a lot for us, and I call this Abletonism instead of ableism. But Ableton is a music program that I can do a lot of stuff like playing guitar and do composing and stuff like that, even though I'm a bad drummer. So this is what is going to happen with machines when we understand that it's the cooperation with humans and machines that create completely new, probably businesses, new art forms, and new ways of working. And this is the thing that pretty much is lacking. And we're focused more on, like, think about these doomy and gloomy pictures of future and some sort of like Terminator taking the control, which doesn't make any sense. We're not even close to that kind of like future prediction.
Mikko, do you agree?
I do agree. Well, that's exactly what we see in the movies, but we don't see in the real world. In fact, in cybersecurity circles, we call these movie plot threats. So for example, the idea that someone can hack your car and drive you off a cliff and kill you, that's definitely technically doable, but it's not likely because that's not what hackers want. They don't want to kill random people. Typically, they want to make money. And the same thing will apply to AI-enabled attacks as well. There's all these crazy science fiction ideas which might be technically doable, but they are unlikely to happen.
What about deep fakes and politics? This is an issue that a lot of people are worried about. I'm sure a lot of us have seen videos where it looks like it's a famous politician speaking. It's actually AI generated. I even had a phone conversation with someone recently who said, well, your voice is out there because you do broadcasting and podcasts. Tell your parents to beware of scam phone calls where people are saying it's you demanding money. I mean, that sort of stuff was not something that broadcasters were worrying about a few years ago. So how do you see the dangers of AI when it comes to politics and personalities?
Deepfakes are getting better by the day. I've made different deepfakes, including voice deepfakes and video deepfakes. Creating them in real time is still a bit tricky. It can be done, but it's not really as easy to do as current criminals would need to be doing it to do things like CEO scams or romance scams, things like that. But I showed an example on stage of Elon Musk recommending a fake cryptocurrency service for scamming people out of their money. There's different problems here. When we talk about politics and politicians used to send wrong messages, those would be broadcasted somewhere, maybe on YouTube, maybe on TV channels. We could already fix most of that problem simply by having publishers publish their source material digitally signed with strong cryptographic keys. Which means if you would suspect that I wonder if that's real, you could actually go to the source material and double check if that actually was said. in the source material. That could be done today, and we're not doing it.
Why are we not doing it?
I don't know. I think we haven't really started the discussion about how this is going to change the world and what we should be regulating. For example, we could regulate that and make it mandatory for broadcasters to publish their source material in order to fight deep fakes.
And also in these cases, like we're like thinking about it as a culture, we must evolve also. Like probably our generation didn't even think critically about media in the 80s or 90s, even though now we know that we should have. Because like there were news items that were fabricated, even photos and stuff like that. But the thing now is that if you look at like Generation Z and millennials, they are like more critical of all the material that they're getting into their disposal. And at the same time also, like the scale is a very big issue here. Like we can have algorithmic approaches also to detect something that is fake and not used, and that's the most thing that I'm worried about. Are we able to create those algorithmic approaches to limit the scale when someone malicious or by accidents does something wrong? Because that is going to happen. I mean, if there are like 100 million people trying out and experimenting with AI tools, someone is going to screw up big time. And there's going to be one malicious person who gets to do something. And the whole idea, like in society, altogether should be that how can we limit that to as small scale as possible. And I think we're getting there where we have the tools to do that.
But I mean, we've already seen with social media, a lot of these fake news is circulating. And even if people could go and investigate the source material or find out, not everyone wants to do that. Often it's an echo chamber that is, mirroring views back to people.
Yeah, sure. But it's actually enough that one person goes and double checks the information and then lets, the publication platform know that this is deepfake and should be removed. Again, the rules and regulations have to be in place so we can get fake media out of the distribution as quickly as possible. But it doesn't have to be. I'm not expecting everybody to double check everything. I'm expecting someone to double check it and blow the whistle.
So in your dream world, is it global regulation? Is it more company-wide cooperation? How would you see this playing out as a best practice, both of you?
Well, I think like some regulation is obviously needed, as has been voiced here many times. And at the same time, it's I think cultural evolution also to be a little bit more skeptical. The bigger problem there is that how can we create democracy which is based on trust? And if we get trust away from that equation, that's a bigger problem. And we should focus on those kind of problems. And I mean, like, all this stuff is out there, stuff is happening, and we've also already seen that like the democratic system is pretty robust in correcting itself, not in the short term, but in long term. Because I mean, it's like, I think the overall problem is humans and not these technologies. These technologies don't do anything without humans.
So how do you fix the humans?
And we haven't been able to do that. So I mean,
what about the other way around? Do you think AI can help us better understand human behavior and help us to fix it?
AI is a great educator. We can easily see already upcoming systems where a large language model or a chatbot is going to educate, for example, a young child on a specific thing. We've all seen examples of hallucination or how there's wrong information in these large language models because they are very general. If you take a narrow field, like a specific course in mathematics, you can easily create a completely perfect teacher which will teach a child on some topic, will never get tired, will never make mistakes, will never get angry. I mean, there's so many opportunities these new technologies are enabling us to make humans better.
And if you think about like learning, let's go to the positive side. I mean, it's like personalized learning. People know that like people learn in their own time, and you should be always focused. If you would think about the pedagogics of Maria Montessori, you start to like going through your own motivation, and then you're like immediately into the thing. So, but how do you do this in scale? Not in the classroom. But what you can do with these technologies is to analyze like where that person is, what's the skill level, and then create like automatically, or even a teacher can give a prompt, for example, for a game that teaches this thing to that kid. And these actually tools technically are at our disposal right now, currently. I'm not talking about future projections. And this is why I always talk about the lack of imagination, because I work with a lot of companies, and for 10 years I've been trying to tell like what's going on, what will happen, and how these technologies that are already in the shelf you could use and use in very creative ways, because these are general purpose technologies.
Yeah.
And people keep going back to the old ways of doing stuff, protecting their work, protecting their understanding, authority, not understanding how it pays off and these kind of things. So I think the humans are the greatest danger and the greatest limitation of using the good sides of AI.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting.
And the theme of NBF right now is change. Be change.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you're saying.
Thanks for getting the corporate spin in there. No, but I mean, the personalized learning thing I think is really interesting. I'm from a family of teachers, and it can be a real challenge for teachers if you've got someone that's really far ahead in the class and others that are further behind, and you're trying to set the tone in the classroom. But this offers more one-to-one tuition, prompts.
And also, if you think about inclusivity, I mean, it's like, if you think about like neurodiversity, you can have like the same kids in the same class, but the technology can sort of like help them work together, and also help with someone, for example, who is dyslexic. You don't need that anymore, because technology can ease your way into the same room with others. And I think like these are the things that are going to make the world more equal, but we need to like create these things and start applying them, because they are there. But instead we're like focusing on digitizing and doing the old processes with digital technology, which in most cases doesn't make any sense.
Miko, anything to add on the personalized use of AI within business?
There will be great new things that we can't even imagine yet, but this is a bigger revolution than the internet. Internet changed everything. This is going to change everything again. And there's a great clip on somewhere in YouTube where Mark Andreessen, the creator of the first common browser, is being interviewed in morning television. And the interviewer is asking Mark about like, what is this World Wide Web? What is the internet? And he can't really answer, because like you can have anything there. Like, what can you have? You can put anything. Like what? Well, anything. He can't concretely explain how it's going to change our world. He can't come up with examples like, newspapers will be online, or weather report will be online.
You order your food.
Yeah, none of that. He's like anything, everything, which means, of course, ends that nobody gets any idea about how it's going to change our world, because we can't imagine. That's the situation with this revolution as well. It's going to change everything, and we can't really imagine all of that yet.
And it's not top-led. I mean, this is a ground movement. I mean, if we think about like the last years of AI, like 2012 was very important because neural networks became mainstream that, and there was like technological developments and chip technology that led there. But then 2015, Google democratized some of the tools with TensorFlow, and that was like a groundbreaking point. And for me, this is only the 7th year of AI. Because I mean, that's when it really happened. And these last 7 years, like companies like our company, like when we started, like 10 people, 5 people, we could use these technologies that were created by like millions and millions of dollars of product development and data and all that kind of stuff that we didn't have access to. And suddenly we had these environments, we had this calculation power, we had this memory capacity, and all of these algorithms that we could use in the product and create something on top of that. And I think like this is the amazing change that happens. Like the ChatGPT was a little bit disappointment for me to be it as the sort of like the pop culture moment.
Yeah.
But you could always see that, okay, it's going to be something and you cannot predict what it is. Mm-hmm. And now what we focus more, because it's so human-like, we tend to think of it as an entity that has like a meaningful conversation. It has some sort of like purpose. It doesn't have. And for example, in media, there are a lot of like journalists writing that they were interviewing, for example, ChatGPT. They were not. What really happened was they gave a textual input, and then the large language model was doing its stuff and gave a prediction of what that input would be as a textual output. But it doesn't create understanding the same ways that we do. And even now, like people are using it as a search engine.
Yeah.
It's not made for search engine. And you can use it, for example, a couple of days ago, I used ChatGPT to have a philosophical conversation about ethics on neurodiversity based on Derek Parfit's moral philosophy. And I mean, and Derek Parfit died a couple of years ago, so he cannot have that conversation. But then you go and check out the propositions that the machines are making. So it's kind of like a good or bad teacher working with you, but you can still work with that.
It's not a search engine, it's a sparring partner. That's what it is.
All right, well, it's so great to get some energy about AI, because we've had some very mixed thoughts on it throughout the conference, the opportunities, the things that we still need to learn. So thank you so much for joining us here on the stage. Mikko and Henke, let's give them a round of applause.
Thanks.
All right, before we wrap things up for the day, we have got one final very special guest for you. She was the first female president of Finland in the role between 2000 and 2012. Previously a member of parliament for the Social Democratic Party, and a lot of her more recent work focusing a lot on championing equality and equity, which is what we're going to be focusing on in our next discussion. She's also on the board of directors for Sitra, which is Finland's innovation fund, to name just a couple of her many projects. Please give a very warm welcome to Tarja Halonen. Great to have you with us, Tarja. Thank you very much for making it to the HS Visio stage. Now, don't forget you can ask Tarja any questions you want within reason. They're coming up on my screen, which is collected to Slido, slido.com, and the code nbforum 2023, or using the event app. Obviously a really unique chance to put some questions to the first Finnish president. Wonderful to have you here. One of the reasons you are here is to take a look at the I Was Born a Girl exhibition. And if anyone hasn't seen it, it's just to this side of the stage. Tell us a little bit about it and what it means to you.
So, sorry, could you repeat? I was concentrating to my chair. Okay.
Basically, there's a fantastic picture of you around the corner, and it's part of this
I saw
I Was Born a Girl exhibition. Tell us about the exhibition for anyone who hasn't seen it and why it's close to your heart.
So, in the matter of fact, the portrait was made of me, was broken in the way to the Mexico, and this was a new one. And I will concentrate to the exhibition after this interview because I would like to see it more in details. I was teasing the painters concerning the previous portrait. I said that it looks more my good friend Tarek Roomberry, but I accept it because the model is model and the painters are painters. Okay.
Well, I think she's very talented. I've enjoyed looking at the art. We had Malala Yousafzai on stage earlier as well, talking about the power of education, which I know is something you've also been very passionate about throughout your career. And I'm interested, a lot of European countries are cutting foreign aid budgets at the moment because of the state of the global economy, focusing on other things. How do you think that could impact on global education?
I think so that everybody should remember that what we are doing today might have a very long effect, impact for future. And for instance, what we are cutting today, so this generation which lives with that today can have a positive or negative experiences about this many years, could be perhaps the whole life. When we have the stagnation of the economy in 1990s, and then that government in that time made some cuttings, what we then afterwards, I think everybody thought that that was a mistake to cut. But we still are speaking about the young generation of 1990s, because when they experienced it, so they have had a very long influence on that. So I would say that I do hope so that now the present government of Finland and all the others can be smarter in this case, because education, all parts of that are important when we are speaking about the lifelong learning. but especially those who are very young. Preschool education and then the basic education are these basic stones we build on whole system, trying to keep people interested to learn more all their life. But the other thing is that when we speak about the lifelong learning, we should also accept that in many occupations, so the people, the profession they get today can be in quite short time old-fashioned, or they had to build more, or they are more interested themselves to build more. And so we shouldn't cut this kind of, for instance, in vocational education, so that it's difficult to continue. So this is my if I say, I don't try to tell any kind of messages, because I know that the leaders of today, they want to make their own decisions.
Yeah, and it's a fair point to respect them on that. You've had a long career spanning politics, working for various different organizations. I'm curious about women in the workforce. Do you think women are supporting each other more now than they were at the start of your career?
As a matter of fact, I have had all the time an opinion that women are supporting each other. It's an old-fashioned joke to tell that they don't support, or they have not supported each other. Every woman, for instance, who has got a child, deliver a child, knows that those who are helping her and the baby after the birth, they are mainly women, the women of all ages. We know also that not only speaking about the mothers and aunts, but teachers and many other persons who are working with the family, they are women. I think that if you try to keep such kind of the system where you say that it's like with the bees, that we have only one queen, then this kind of the creation can create a system that if only one can be that queen, then of course this is even a harder competition than normal. But there is a competition all the time between men, between women, between men and women, and so on. One of the issues what has been interested us in, for instance, in Sitra, where I have been a member a long time, so is this eternal competition good? Or should we learn more what you ask in the partnership? But this is, I think, both for men and women concerning themselves and also the other partners.
What about equity as you move within a business or an organization? A lot has been done to help women get into the workforce, to get into different industries, but we still talk a lot about the glass ceiling, both for women and for other vulnerable or underrepresented groups. What more can be done to help people get into leadership positions?
I think that if you hadn't had any woman earlier in this position, so please don't try to say that whether she's fitting for the boots. I always say that you can use your own, you have a boots, your own shoes, that you don't need to copy the previous. But this is concerning also the situation between men, because the new type of the leader can also have a new type of the ideas, a new way to see the society or the organization. Of course, it's wise to learn what has been done earlier, but also you don't need to continue doesn't mean that you copy it. And that's why I say that those who are taking the new leader, in some cases even it's a negative word now as the boss, so they should think that what is the role of his or hers, what we expect that person will do. If we are ready to support for the new ideas, so we should be also ready to adapt perhaps the new measures what are needed for that.
We're getting some questions in from the audience, which is great. This one says, what do you think of the rate, 60% of unemployed international women in Finland? I can't verify that statistic, but I do know that unemployment rates do tend to be much higher amongst immigrant populations here in the Nordics. How can they pave a way for something new like you did? It's a tough question.
Yeah, I think that international women, that's one way to say it. Women have come, they have normally come to Finland because of their partner, spouse. And that, of course, makes people who have invited the family or the couple more interested what happened for that one they especially want to invite. And this has been very often a man. And then the spouse has the situation that she should try to find also what is good for her profession. So perhaps we should think more, these who are coming here, as a team. That, for instance, if we are interested, the male one, so to see that what the spouse will do, also which kind of the possibilities the children have, not only the school education, but also all the other possibilities, and to see that this is a team. I think that would perhaps help a little bit.
And do you think that should come from companies helping to offer those packages?
But I know also another way. This is not an unknown system. One of my relatives, they moved from Finland to Switzerland, and everything good about Switzerland, but they noticed that the woman who has a higher position in Finland in profession than her spouse had more difficulties to get a job there. And now, of course, it caused the same thing that the man continues there in the wonderful country of Alpines and the woman returned back. But it can happen also in Finland. I think that this is in a way a new phenomenon for many countries.
Yeah, I think we're going to be continuing to hear a lot of debates about that. More questions. I like this one. Taya, have you tried ChatGPT? What did you ask, or what would you like to ask?
I have used this. I would say that this is now not very theoretical. How did you feel now concerning the Malala? Because if I say we don't get all the answers, but if I say now here, it was 15 years ago when it happened. I was the president of this country in that time. I remember how we felt, how we admired the courage of little daughter and also her father and everybody, and we tried to help them, first Malala to recover, and then also to get the possibilities for education and continue. I think that what I want to say that we admire very much somebody who is young, but we should also remember that people have so many years for their lives, and there are a lot of other things than the profession or political task in any age. And that's why I hope that we shouldn't exploit too much the people when they are young, especially if they are like a new graduate student in Sweden, Thunberg, and for instance now in Malala. I was happy to see that she has gotten education. She's looked very, very, how could I say, good young lady, and so that happens all the time. So everybody who thinks that you want to get the new fresh faces, do you remember that everything becomes a little bit older, and you have to give an opportunity also such kind of the private life, because private life doesn't wait in the box until you have got enough.
That's a really important point. I mean, facing death threats online and having to have security outside your home. I know that's been an issue for Greta. I'm based in Finland. But you mentioned the value of age, and that was going to be one of my questions. If I'm right, you're turning 80 in December, and very inspiring to see how active you still are in your career. What is next for you?
Next for me? My 80th birthday, perhaps. But,
what are you doing?
It will be at Christmas time, But I have continued, after being a president of this republic, I have continued my work with the United Nations and its special organizations. Still today I have a few tasks. For instance, I'm a member of an advisory board in mediation to Antonio Guterres. I hope so that I could learn to say more often no, because you could have also the concentrate. But when I have always said that I will never make my memories, the others can write what they want. I mean also the journalists as the others, but I'm more interested in what's happened to our common baby, Agenda 2030. I try to be alive until it's the year. And after that, it's your task. You remember that. Fine.
Wow. So inspiring to hear. And we have this presidential election coming up in Finland. You said that you want to let them find their way, but what tips do you have to the person that does get the job? A particularly important time for Finland on the world stage, joining NATO and obviously with the proximity to Russia.
Nobody wants to get the tips how to do, advice to do. At least when I was young, I didn't want to get. I made all my mistakes myself. So I would say only that the change in the world is very big. And concerning the Europeans, what we are mostly here, so I would say that we have experienced something very shocking, the Russian invasion war in Ukraine. But this is one thing what we have to do. But the second thing is that we cannot close the doors and the windows, the world outside of Europe. European Union is not Europe, and Europe is not the world. So please be actively involved also the whole planet, because the issue of the sustainable development is very clear. We can do this only together. We could wait for the better times to do this, but I'm very sorry to say the Mother Earth, the planet cannot wait for, that we can do it for this world today.
Thank you so much for joining us. President Tarja Halonen.
Thank
you. Well, while Tarja's leaving the stage, it's just a chance for me to say a very quick goodbye and thank you to all of you. You've been a fantastic audience. Thanks to all of you watching on the live stream, and thanks to everyone that's been helping backstage. A really friendly team of volunteers, makeup artists, security, everyone that's made this event happen. Do share your memories on the hashtag #NBForum2023, and I hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye.